And welcome back to another live stream of World War Selection. We are back with our biggest third 1v1 easy tournament, which consists of a prize pool of $1,000. You heard me right, that's $1,000. Time to win this and get paid finally. Thank you for our sponsor Habeebee for making this happen and basically challenging the best players around the world to compete at their highest level to win the prizes. There will be a lot of live streaming and a lot of games shown. The prize pool will be divided as follows: $600 for the first prize, $200 for runner-up, $100 for the third prize place, and there will be extra bonus prizes as well. $50 for the best game and $50 for the most unique strategy used. So get your thinking caps on. The $50 for the best game played will be divided between the two players. Any donations given during the tournament will be donated to the best game prize pool, and you can find the donations button somewhere around my YouTube channel. I am Excalibur, your host for this evening, and joining me tonight is someone who needs no introduction. He once wrestled a tiger with his middle finger. He also played War Selection with both hands tied behind his back. He is, of course, Wacho789. Hello, Wacho789.
Thank you, Excalibur. Hey guys, it's Wacho789 here, bringing you a stream with Excalibur today. Looking forward to watching a lot of great games with you all and casting them the best that I can. I think we've got an interesting meta with the most recent balance update, so definitely looking forward to dissecting that, and we'll be engaging with chat. So if you see things while we're watching these games and we didn't cover it, feel free to point it out, and I'll do my best to respond. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our sponsor himself. Thank you again for the generous donation for this tournament. It wouldn't be able to happen without you, but without further ado, here's Habeebee.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's Habeebee. Just put down the money here to hope that we have some good games and really bring the community back together.
Awesome, awesome. Now, at the moment, we're doing the group rounds. People are playing the games, and as they're playing, we will be streaming them. And there's going to be a lot of games to stream. So the first game I've picked out is going to be between Cheese Wheel Lord and 12 Freakmen. Both are YouTubers and Twitchers, I think. So this will be a battle between them. So let us get straight into the game. And here we go, the first game of the easy tournament between these two guys. There we go. Let's have a look at this map. Right, this is a kind of, they got some ocean. Oh, let's do that. They got some ocean here on both sides of their land, and plenty of trees by the look of it. Iron safe. In the bottom, we have Cheese Wheel Lord in the red, and at the top is 12 Freakmen. Something got cancelled there, I think. What's the food saying? Some cows. Not too sure if they can get on this hill. Here we go. What's this? Is this 12 Freakmen saying he's found him? Possibly putting down some decoration.
I think he's just looking on the other side of the map and just going, yeah, you're probably right there.
Ooh, Cheese Wheel has already found his fish. Possibly get these cows. Got to just deal with this boar. He's actually, if you look, he didn't get his berry warehouse straight away. He went for the tree because look how far the tree is to the altar. This sometimes can happen. So yeah, the same over here from 12 Freakmen. So it's a little bit of a slow start for both of them because of the tree line, but it's still a decent tree line, so there's no problem there whatsoever. gonna have to basically come straight down to this open land here. There might be some fights going on here. There's nothing, no resources, nothing there. They're gonna have to travel around the sides here to try and get some more resources once they finish over here. Should be able to block this whole area out, and this base should be safe. So we should be seeing a pretty long game, I think.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, and it's interesting to note the placement of the iron on this map. You know, there's a lot of forward iron here, but definitely on your side of the map. So I'm going to be looking to see these players who's going to do a good job of expanding forward to grab those second, third, fourth irons. Well, they don't have to go that far. You know, a player could get very aggressive because of all that open space in front of it. It'll be hard to protect. So I think we'll see a lot of fighting going on right outside these irons once we hit more mid game. But definitely agree, it's probably going to be a long one here.
This is actually...
I'd like to second that. Yeah, since they have the iron inside their base like area, they should definitely be able to get to like at least the Middle Ages before I think one of these people are gonna go down.
Temple first. From
Do we know if it's a 5K or a 10K?
That's a 5K at both their bases.
Okay, so it's not going to last as long as they would like, especially if they're going Europe, but should help them get well on their way, nice and protected, well on their way to the medieval age.
That's what I think's gonna happen. Medieval, and then there's gonna be a lot of fighting for those second and third irons.
I like the way the irons are positioned afterwards. It's literally a line across, and it's like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one do you go for? And you got to protect it because it's literally there's nothing after that. So they're not gonna be safe. You're gonna have to protect it some way. Awesome map. Oh, there's the pits going down.
Is Red the only one on his fishing depot, or has Green went for it as well?
Fishing depot? Oh.
Like the fishing spots. I don't think Green went for it. Oh, he already got it all.
He's got it all, man. He's got it all. 12 Freakman is a pretty good player. And so is Cheese Wheel Lord. I mean, this is quite an even match between them. Only 2 pits here from Freakman. Let's have a look. He's going for... He hasn't got any upgrades. He's not building. He's going for slingers.
Cheese Wheel is just trolling him with all those statues.
We've got slingers over here as well. Upgrades nearly halfway done, I guess. Did get the cows. Uh-oh. I guess he's going to need Wacho's middle finger for that one.
Definitely, and I think at this, especially given how long this game is going, a smart choice here will also be get on the fishing as quickly as possible, noting that they're actually both protected. You've got a lake to your right and to your left, and the other player, unless they choose to build a forward dock, can't actually get there. So that'll be a really good food boost for them going forward. So I think getting some fishing ships early on here is going to be really helpful, but we'll see if the players actually decide to do that.
That's actually great, Wacho. I didn't actually even realize that they can't actually get over there unless they do forward.
And Cheese does like doing that. He does like... I mean, look how close this is to the shore. I mean, Cheese loves to build a little naval around here and then send some of them siege ships up and snipe the temple, which he did to me the other day. Let's not talk about that one.
Although Chad is pointing out, it's interesting, the green player, I'm drawing a blank on his username right now, actually has 1 iron less on his side of the map. Looks like maybe some sort of glitch here, but as you can see, he only has 3 irons, whereas Cheese Wheel has 4. So that, maybe a small, some sort of glitch there, maybe a small disadvantage here, but I think that dang cow didn't know he stole all the iron. I think that's going to be a slight disadvantage. We'll have to see if that ends up, playing out here. However, I think the story is still the same. Both players are both still going to have to leave their base. And here we go. We've got some slinger fights going on. Cheesewell's got a sizable slinger force. Do we know if Green's kind of built the same amount? I don't think so. He's kind
Green? It's yellow.
Yellow, green. And his... Freakman. Okay, Freakman. So he's opted to go straight into archers here. They're not going to trade nearly as well with these slingers, so Cheesewheel would do well to be advancing out on the map right now with that slinger mass, knowing that they're going to trade a lot better. they're going to trade a lot better than the archers.
Okay. Sorry about that. Just putting the names up at the bottom.
Philip in the chat pointing out it's an iron bull because the cow took the iron, so now that's the real iron bull in the game, not the statue. I agree, but yeah, I think right now, yeah, I think Cheese Wheel seems happy to just sit in his face and defend, but I think he would do well to push out with these slingers. Yeah. It's going to be a good trade for him.
He's been defending all this time so far. Is there a gap? No gap. I don't think this is enough archers to attack against these slingers. In fact, every time one goes down, an archer pops up. Yeah.
Looks like Cheese Wheel's on his way to Iron Age. Is Freakman doing the same?
Look, Freakman's doing a good micro against the slingers. He's moving one archer around.
Yep, for the players who don't know, you can walk single or 1 or 2 units back and forth in front of slingers and archers, and it will pretty much make them miss pretty frequently. So if you have the micro capacity, that's definitely going to give you a slight edge in these battles.
All right, so it
looks like Freakman is giving up the attack, and it looks like he's a little bit behind when it comes to getting to the Iron Age here. And it looks like Freakman is also, not Freakman, Cheese Wheel has gotten those fishing chips. He's now out on the water, and I think that's going to give him a nice food boost. And looks like, yep, Freakman doing the same, but maybe a little bit behind here.
Yeah, he's capped. He's capped on units. He can't get any boats out.
Well, looks like Freakman is actually a little bit ahead to Medieval by the looks of it. Slightly ahead. I think it's to do with the iron, possibly. They're bottoming out on iron on both sides here. Cheese is trying to attack, but not concentrating on looking at his units by the looks of it. Some of them died. Got a few kills of workers there. Towers going up for defense. Oh, look at this Cheese.
Oh, hey, there we go. So he actually is. We spoke about it earlier. You can't get there unless you do the forward dock, and it looks like that's exactly what Cheese Wheel's going to do. And I think that's going to be a slight edge. How close? Oh, in fact, we have his Freakman's tower or temple, excuse me, is well within the siege ship range. So that might be a real threat for him going forward.
Cheese Wheel, I noticed, hasn't started building the docks. Is he out of wood?
I think he's waiting to get to Iron Age first.
He probably wants to get those houses and barracks up.
I think he's going to upgrade the workers and then possibly build it. I would have said build it now because they have actually changed the timing of the navals going up. It's actually a lot slower now.
It's a lot slower to build those piers, so yeah, he could have utilized those villagers and then done the upgrade, and I think it would have been a bit more efficient with time, but nonetheless, we'll see how that plays. And
here we go.
Nope. Freakman here is happy to, he's sending archers down again, but I think these pushes are a little bit futile with how well the base building has been done by both players. They're going to really struggle to find a way to do any real eco damage here.
Until they move out. To get the other iron. Some fireworks going off there. Why did he stop maybe he can't afford it just yet. I think he's just waiting because to be honest, as you said, he's gonna wait until he gets his houses sorted out because he doesn't want to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think militiamen are just such a good unit in the current meta right now with how cheap they are, and they pair very well with the Eastern European archers, which I think in the game right now we can all agree that that is definitely one of the more dominant and popular strategies in the current meta, given that archers have, as you can see here, an increased melee damage to buildings with a damage level of 8. Very, very strong indeed. You saw that those archers took that tower down with no problem. And this is a good position here. I think looks like, yep, Freakman's trying to sneak some archers in, maybe try to snipe some villagers. Hitting the farm won't be that effective for him, though, just because he's got
hardly anything on it.
Fishing ships. And he's got hardly anything on it because he's supported by the fishing ships, although he could definitely do well to do some more
food.
Yeah, I think a mistake here is definitely not building more fishing ships on his backside and getting that food economy up.
I mean, even when he was getting to medieval, his food was not great. And I think getting the population upgrade really bottomed that out, and He's going to struggle a little bit whilst defending here, but he has got his bolts up. Oh, the alligator there.
Big alligator killed them.
Yep, and here comes those siege ships that we were talking about. And again, his temple is definitely within range here. So, and it doesn't look like Freakman has spotted it. So that could be a big issue for him very shortly.
Freakman's just doing the full push. I don't think he's going to have any archers at his base to defend himself by the time he sees the catapults. He's going to have to pull everything back, which might give a good time for Cheese Wheel to just push.
Yep. How's their iron mines doing? I imagine that we're probably starting to use... Yep, so we've only got 1,000 left for Cheese Wheel, and about the same, but soon they're going to have to start pushing out on the map here. And I think you can see Freakman's already starting to do it, and so is Cheese Wheel. They're starting to build towers and start pushing out on the map to get their next iron.
I think Freakman knows this, and he's chilling, but he's gonna attack. But whenever you see Cheese Wheel Lord just chilling in his base like this and only defending, something is up. Something is up. And here we go. They're piling up.
Yeah, when you see your opponent stops attacking you or just doesn't attack you have to imagine that they're either A, something up to, hitting you in a different way that you're not expecting, or B, they're teching up. But either way, when they're happy to just chill in their base, that should be a signal to you that, hey, my opponent is up to something, and I better be ready.
Yeah, his vision is just cut off, too, so he doesn't even see the ships being made.
Yeah, unless he scouted there.
I don't think he has. I think he would have done something by now. Does he have anything in his base? Like, does he have towers along his town hall? No, he's not expecting this at all.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to how many siege ships he's going to actually get to snipe that. If he gets the right amount, he'll be cool. He's going to do it.
What is he moving right now? Looks like he's moving 5 of them.
3, 5, yep. We'll keep an eye on that. Is he going to go with only 5? I would have went with 10, but maybe he's a bit scared. He might get overwhelmed here in his base, but he's pushing it back. But there is a catapult. He's going to sacrifice all of this to get the catapult.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's the right call. I probably would have retreated. And this choke point that he's trying to squeeze his archers through is really bad for fighting those catapults when they're all bunched up like that.
Oh, he's even deleted it just to make sure he doesn't know it's coming. Jesus.
I don't know if I would have deleted them. I think, you could use that as extra docks to start building your own fishing eco on his side.
No, that was a smart move. Look how the vision is.
Oh, you're right. Yep, I didn't realize. So he's got total vision now. Let's see what he decides to do here. If he's going to go for the fishing ships or if he's...
Yep, get the naval out of the way so there's nothing he can do.
It's going to either force him to pull back everything or just go as hard as he can.
Oh, yeah,
he's pulling back
He's trying to
everything.
build towers. Let's see if he can... We'll have to see how he wants to handle with this. A handful of archers should be able to kind of keep them at bay a little bit here.
Oh, doesn't know what to do. He's pressing that F2 button.
Oh, nice. Going for housing.
Is he not getting another naval up? There we go. He's getting another naval up to try and attack the boats. Whilst pushing this front. This is quite micro-intensive trying to...
Yeah, fighting on 2 fronts right now.
I've got some catapults here as well.
This is I would say this is overall a nice hit. I'm not sure if he's gotten the value he needs just yet from this fort, because it's a lot of wood that he had to spend. That being said, he's definitely not hurting for wood right now, building up 5,000 in the bank. And again, the food economy out of Cheese Wheel seems to be struggling. Can we get a look at how many fishing ships and villagers he has on food? Again, only 4 fishing ships here. I think he could do better to
14
and 14 on the farm. I don't think that's quite enough when you're doing all these archers, which again are about 100 wood each. Nice snipe. The defensive catapults are really coming in handy here.
Both got the same range. I think if he should have sniped the farm straight away. I think that would have been very important. Okay.
Yeah, so the farm.
I think Freakman handled that well.
He did. He responded very well. And he's really mounting up a nice attack here. And I think Cheesewheel's in a hard spot because he keeps trailing these militia and all these units one by one, which honestly is probably just effectively throwing them away. But he's feeling the heat because those catapults are starting to knock on his door.
He hasn't got a workshop at home. He's got no catapults to produce some siege, and his population is at 90, which is not great, and he's managed to enter the building, to the base. Again, just going to harm his food.
This is painful. And this is, these archers are going to die, but this is excellent, a great trade for Freakman. Just any villagers that you get, I mean, archers are expendable, you can replace them, but the economy damage is bad, and even if you're just stalling his eco like this, as you can see, Cheesewheel's already bottomed out on food, and that's going to prevent him from training any more archers. He can't replenish any of his units, and this is going to help build the tide. So yeah, throwing those archers away, I think was the right call.
Everything needs to go on food at the moment. He needs to get to that 150 supply. But I mean, it was a big army coming from Freakman, and that has died out. So the new army's coming. I think he might be able to defend the next wave by the looks of it with the archers and the militiamen. But there is more coming. Is that the catapult still there doing some damage? Is he going to get the next naval? Oh, nice. He's going for the workers.
That's a nice hit.
I think he's going for a tower, which hit the worker by accident there.
Philip wants to know what our favorite cheese is. I don't know if it's necessarily an on-topic question here, but
I like goat's cheese. And
I'm definitely a big
halloumi and a bit of feta cheese.
Those are all great. I like blue cheese. Big blue cheese fan. It looks like we're trying to push forward here with the archers, but again, it just seems a little bit difficult here. But he is holding. And that's he's doing well for the time being. He's managed to stabilize his food eco. Do we know if Freakman has decided to go to the late Middle Ages yet? I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable with all the map control.
He's already late.
Oh, he's already late. So this is where going to be difficult now. If I don't think he's going to start building any late middle units just yet. But he, obviously with the warehouse eco upgrade, it's he's just going to be in a really good spot here.
One catapult down.
Oh, he's trying to zigzag to the catapult.
Some nice micro right there. And yeah, the thing about catapults is they're really strong, but they very weak, and archers will tear right through them. And these are not cheap investments. I'm not entirely sure what the wood cost is, but I know that the catapults are not cheap. I think right now Freakman would be doing well to build a few more towers to help deal with the archers and gain a little bit more map control. And as you see, Cheesewheel has been able to escape on the left side of the map here, currently right side from our perspective, and that has allowed him to get access to all the iron that he needs. And he's going to be able to start mounting maybe a counterattack on the left side.
Yep. No cannons just yet, by the looks of it. Oh, he's botting him out on the food here. Not good for Freakman.
Yeah, both players are really struggling to keep up with their food here, and I think it's partly because of the lack of fishing ships. Now with Freakman, he built a lot, but he lost them to the catapults, and I don't think he's replaced them yet. I think that would be a smart decision here. Whereas now, nice. Yeah, Cheesewheel's got the full. His food eco is not going to be struggling anytime soon, and we're seeing that reflected in the amount of archers that he's able to build here. Whereas now, yep, Freakman is just bottoming out. He does have that age advantage, but for how much longer? He's actually going IR. I'm not sure if I'm not sure what's he going here.
Russia, of course.
Excalibur, what do you think on this? It seems like maybe, right now the momentum is changing and Cheesewheel is starting to break out. I don't know if IR is quite the right time, but maybe it is.
He's maxed out, so why not? Well, he needs a few more houses.
He is maxed out.
That's going to kill his food eco, though, and he was already pretty low on it.
He does have a lot of time to give in terms of giving up ground here, and right now, like Cheesewheel, even though he's pushing out with these archers, he's not really got any answers for dealing with these towers. I mean, I think he would do well to try to, take some of these down. But he's left them up, and I think, you know, while it's not a huge deal, those 2 towers are just going to eat all of those archers as they come out.
27 kills on this tower. Give a round
exactly,
of applause.
and it's just that tower. I mean, and that's why I think more towers here would be extremely helpful.
Oh, it's been spotted.
Oh no, it's iron. Just
have to retreat
militiamen
that
though.
one, yeah.
Just throw them in the tower.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about that. But now he's bringing a catapult over to handle with that. But he might be able to just take it down with the archers, as you can see here. Again, this is why archers are so strong in the current meta.
Halfway, industrial, and cheese is only just getting too late.
But he's absolutely out of wood.
He is. And he's lost. He lost all those workers, I think, by the looks of it.
Just Call Me Caton is asking, you know, is it not a best strat to just continue with late medieval troops instead of going straight to IR? I think it depends on what the situation and the faction that you are. I think like East Asia has a lot of incentives to go to late medieval age, mostly for those powerful hand cannons. But in the case of Europe, you'll see a lot of times you do it for the cannons, which can be a very strong unit even in early IR stages. They're basically howitzers. But here, I think, you know, this is actually was the right call. He was able to hold on, not lose too much ground. And, you know, Cheese Wheel is on his way to IR as well. I think he's realized he needs to tech up, which is going to be good. But, you know, right now, Freakman's he's got the momentum. He's aged up earlier. He's going to be able to work on his IR eco that much faster. I don't know, let's see what he's going for at his base. Is he building any sort of factories yet, or barracks? No, not quite. Oh, and he's not IR yet. He's
nearly there.
Oh, he's bottoming out on iron again. So,
but that's okay. He only needs food. He only needs food for archers to keep going.
Exactly.
Which he has plenty of by the looks of it. He didn't. He did get more fish again, so that's nice. Got his balloon at home. I'm thinking he probably got the balloon to fight against any other shenanigans that might be coming.
Just a quick time check. Can you hit can you look at the time in the match, like how far they're in to like help people out? Like
42 minutes. He says it
42
here.
minutes right now.
Ooh.
Right here. And we hit industrial.
Totally forget.
Let's see how far Cheese is. Has he decided to go
again,
industrial? Nope. Oh, yeah, he just clicked it. And Russia as well, of course.
I think Russia's the right call here. And again, these towers, I mean, how many kills do they have now? Look at them go. If you click on those front 2 towers here, 59 kills. And if you look at the right one, I imagine at 59 counting, the other one has 35. These one catapult here, and I think, you know, thank you for chat for again pointing this out. I think one catapult here would help him just give so much breathing room. But because he's not making a single catapult here, Freakman is just having the easiest time holding on to this forward position. It's proving to be a real thorn in Cheesewheel's side.
63.
100 kills is I think that's just way too much.
Oh, he's getting the where's he getting iron?
Oh, Cyber, yeah, thank you for the correction. One of them's going Poland.
Oh.
Yeah, which is I think it's Freakman,
Poland.
right?
No,
Cheesewheel is going Poland. What did Freakman go? I think he went Russia. Yeah, he went Russia.
He went Russia.
I think Russia has the advantage here because I think, you know, obviously Poland's true power. The tank cadets are good, but
he has all those grenadiers. Holy shit!
This is a really nice sneak attack. I'm not sure where those came from, but
what am I looking at here?
Houses here.
Where's that coming from?
I am not entirely sure how he got through with that, but a nice little attack. I don't know how much it'll do, but. Yeah, it would be nice if you could take out that university. Those aren't cheap. And Freakman going for some airfields. I think that is the right call to make. When you are up to IR that much faster, getting out some early balloons can really do a lot of damage because obviously no medieval unit is capable of attacking it. So balloons are quite literally invincible. And the other thing is that, you know, and that's why I like another reason why Russia, they're just so balanced. They got the Tachunkas, which can take care of those air units, but Poland's anti-air is not nearly as flexible here. So those balloons are going to prove to be a real side. Now, obviously, Freakman doesn't know that Cheese Wheel's going Poland, but that he's going to be, I think, happy to find that out.
Question, Wacho. You said like no medieval can attack. Can't musketmen still attack air?
Oh yes, I think LMA units, musketmen might be able to attack, but even then, the balloons will trade just so much better. Still a great choice.
Right, this is good. It's going to hurt his food economy, possibly his wood economy as well. Oh, he did manage to get up there.
And I agree with this choice right here. I say balanced. Cyber, I'm not sure what... balanced on what? I don't think anything I said was balanced. I said Russia is a balanced in terms of... I think they're very strong. I don't know if, they might be overpowered. I meant balanced as in they can field a very balanced army. They have every single option to them. So they're able to field a balanced attack. I'm not going to discuss whether or not Russia as a civilization is balanced. They're a very strong civ, maybe too strong. But they have all options available to them. They have light tanks, they have armored cars, they have cheap partisans. They can do pretty much anything. Death scythes, they anti-infantry, anti-armor. They're able to field air. They can counter air, all from IR1. But this is back to the game here. This is a great choice from Cheesewheel to send these militiamen forward because right when you get to IR, it's very hard to get a formidable army out, and these archers were caught forward. So Cheesewheel is able to do a lot of eco damage in the back, and that's going to help him close the gap a little bit from aging up behind Freakman here.
How many kills do you think that tower got before it went down?
And the last one finally going down here.
This one will get more.
Versatile, pity on you. Yes, versatile is the correct word to avoid confusion.
Now they're both on around 41, 42 workers in industrial with some boats, but that's really not enough. And they're both struggling.
Cheesewheel's economies. How's Freakman's economy doing?
Food.
Also struggling. His food is just... he's finally getting all those villagers back out on the farm, but...
Still no siege from Cheesewheel Lord. Still hasn't bothered to get anything.
Cheesewheel now sees the balloons coming his way. Let's see how he's going to, answer this. I think his best option is... As Poland, again, you don't have, as far as I know, you don't have those anti-air units. He's going to build these things are expensive, so I'm not entirely sure if he needs to build an anti-air tower back at his base. And this is that is terrible, especially when your food economy is so low right now. He cannot afford to replace these archers, and that's going to be a really devastating blow. Now, that being said, a handful of them are able to get through, but I think it would be better off saving that on defense right now.
42 workers for Cheese. 32 for Freakman. But actually, wait, hang on. Only 32. That's not enough. He's got 0 wood.
Like
he can't build anything. So as long as he defends against the balloons, he'll be all right.
Yeah, both of their economies are in shambles. Yeah, partisans are going to be a really cost-effective unit here for dealing with the medieval units, and we got an armored car coming out as well. He's building all the units that hard counter medieval units. You cannot trade effectively with partisans. You cannot trade effectively with armored cars. That being said, he is sending a little bit far forward, but it looks like he's going to try to do some eco damage here.
What?
Very, very difficult here. And he's plopped it right on the farm.
Oh, unfortunately.
The balloons are coming straight through and not being hit by anything.
He didn't even get that.
Looks like Cheesewheel calling it?
Yep.
He might be. Yeah, these balloons, this was a great call again by Freakman. Those are the two units that Medieval just struggle with, and I think he was able to realize that, hey, I've got this tech advantage here. And yep, Cheesewheel calls it.
GG. Pretty good game for the first game. Unfortunately, Cheese had to go before he could completely finish it. But I don't think he realized that Freakman only had 30 workers. That could have changed something, but I don't know what he would have done against the armored cars, and he hasn't got his anti-air up. The balloons are in.
Yeah, his economy was pending. Yeah. That was really well played by Freakman. I think that was really exciting. I think Cheesewheel had a nice cheese strat with the catapults. But again, I think he would have done so well to make just 1 or 2 catapults there to help with those towers that are on his front base. I mean, letting them get 100 kills is that I've never seen a tower. I don't know if you've seen a tower get that much kills, but that was the most that I think I've ever seen any tower do.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
That's value right there.
Yeah.
Cheese Will's saying in chat, yeah, he had to go because of real life issues.
That's unfortunate. Okay, so that was in Group C. Now let's jump to... Oh, I want to see Timon play. Let's jump to Group G, which is Krolon versus Timon.
Yeah, that should be a good one to watch.
Yes.
If we do want to watch Group B games, I'm happy to watch whoever, but my game versus Bronic might be an interesting one. It's not as long as this last Cheese Wheel game was, but...
Don't give anything away.
Oh, absolutely not. And if we do watch my game, chat, please critique. And again, enjoying all the comments here. It's helping us, stay on topic and make sure we're not missing anything.
Yeah, it's been a while since live streaming.
Timon says it's a good pick, so looks like we've got a good match on our hands here. Hopefully an interesting game. And looking at the map, very big map. I think, again...
They can't see it yet. They can't see it yet.
Oh, excuse me. You guys can't see it just yet.
But it looks like, what's that animal thing? Troll. It's not a troll. It's a troll. It's actually Timon. The map actually looks like Timon.
If you look closely, you'll see Timon's face.
Yeah, you can see the eyes.
No mustache.
So we got Krolon is yellow by the looks of it. So I'm just going to change the names on that.
Krolon, we might not. I think we're going to try to get representation from all groups today, and we're going to be watching a lot of games, but obviously, only a certain amount of games have been played this weekend so far, and players have till the end of this coming week to finish the group stage games. So we won't be able to watch every game, but yes, we might be able to watch your second game as well.
All right, we're ready to go to the next game. Loading up. Here we go, right. As I said, it looks like a troll. Got some eyes, tiny eyes at the top, some ears, and a punk hairstyle. This is Timon to the T. Alright, so in the top we have, over here at the top we have Timon, and in the bottom we have Krolon in the red.
I think Krolon is, I think Mankey is Timon, is it not?
Yep. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Didn't I just
we're turned around.
Krolon, right?
Yeah,
Krolon's on the top in the yellow,
top
and Mankey Timon is at the bottom. Why did the names come up at the bottom? Hang on, let me see what is going on here. Here we go. That should do it. Right. Okay, in this funny map, let's see what we got to start off with. We have no cows, no. One fish to save the day. That is bare minimum. I guess you need to just do something with it. So I don't think there's going to be too much aggressive game here. They're going to take up and get their farms as soon as they can.
I agree. I think this is definitely a resource-rich map, but there are no easily accessible starting extra food sources. So that's really going to inhibit players who want to do something more aggressive early on. Interesting forward iron, and it's only 5,000. So once again here, there's plenty of iron out on the map, but you're going to have to leave your base to go get it. So again, map control is going to be, I think, extremely important here, and securing those irons.
I hope you can build a warehouse here. It's a bit of a hill.
Might not. Maybe to the right. We'll have to see. That's also if you can't build a warehouse, that's going to be extremely unfortunate as well.
The other iron a little bit forward there, but I think they're going to need to go back here possibly where it's a bit more safe and full of resources. And they have their lake, they have their own private lake, plenty of fish, so that's nice. A possibility of going East Asia. There's One scout. Let's have a look at the scouts. How the scouts are doing. No,
Yeah, I think good scouting. Yeah, good scouting is going to be really important on this map because there's plenty of safe resources to be had. You just have to go find them.
One scout. Am I seeing that right? One scout from Krolon and only one scout from Timon. And he hasn't sent his scout. Or has it died? Did I miss it? What am I looking at? Oh, that you found out where he is. Okay. Timon likes to play jokes with his games. He likes to waypoint stuff for me to look out for.
I'm talking to you in the future.
Yeah. There was one game where his opponent was doing an attack and he waypointed it, and I was like, oh yeah, look, there's an attack coming. Oh, thanks, Timon. Because he always moans that I miss attacks sometimes. There's that scout. Is that the scout that was there before? Yeah, it's just one.
Damien Carter in the chat pointing out here that you can tell if an iron mine is 5k or 10k by how shiny it is. So dull ones are going to be 5,000, and if we find a shiny one, that indicates that it actually has 10,000 on the resource. So that one there, it is shinier than the dull one. That's a good point. Good catch right there.
Did you know that, Wacho?
I did not know that.
Ah, you noob.
What,
I'm a noob.
you didn't know that?
No.
Everybody knew that.
Everybody knew that. Well, that's where, still some learning is. I'm trying to get back into the game. It's definitely still some learning on my end. So back on the play. So, Timon coming in with the Bulwark Rush.
No, Krolon.
No, Krolon. Excuse me. Wow. Sorry. I just assumed it was Timon because he likes to do those things. Okay.
This is how Krolon got me in the first tournament. It's pretty early. 5 minutes. It's not too bad. Yeah, he hasn't got any troops up. It's gonna have to. Oh, he's got some slingers.
Timon was able to handle that pretty well. Oh, nice 2 villager kills though, right there for Krolon. And right now, obviously, he's only idled 5 of his own villagers, lost 1, and look at this. Timon is having to send so many villagers out, and they're not gathering. I don't know what the exact trade-off here is because obviously.
Oh, he forgot to build builders and workers.
And he's not building any builders right now. So this, I would say, pretty disruptive for Timon. But we'll have to see if that actually ends up paying off.
Oh, he's coming back for more.
Timon pointing out that their middle of the map has 8 tigers. So Krolon successfully dodged 7 tigers to get there. Did we know if he got his fur boots upgrade?
He must have.
Yeah, you have to with this strategy. Oh, I missed it.
Well, we won't know now, but on to Europe, and look, I guess it's right now. Indication shows that it was worth it. He's getting up to Europe a little bit earlier than Timon is. We know the villager count.
He still has 1 worker in his base. Is he gonna try to build bulwarks in the back?
Oh, look at him. He's killing another. Oh, a sniped villager.
Look at the damage it does.
Getting maximum value.
Oh no, he's upgraded. He can't build bulwarks. Oh, it's going down. He's got the boar.
Yeah, with all those idle villagers, I think he was really at a struggle for food. And as you can see, Krolon, he's low on food. How's Timon's economy looking going into? He's got plenty of food, so he should be able to upgrade plenty of villagers and get a farm up.
Europe as well.
That's going to be helpful.
Very deadly attack. I've got about 42 workers for Timon and 41 for Krolon, so he did catch up, so that's not too bad, but he's a little bit behind with the population upgrade there, we'll see, and tech. There we go.
I'm like...
Right, so Timon choosing to go with some stables here. Obviously a very common strategy and popular strategy is to build a couple of stables. Excellent for raiding and catching, if your opponent builds houses that are kind of out there and not defended, great at destroying houses and great at early raids. So yep, clearing up all those targets that Timon was pointing out.
Yeah, well done. You needed to put a warehouse there.
Interesting. He's moved forward. I think he misclicked here. His farm villagers, they walked forward a whole bunch.
Yes, and he's bottomed out.
A little, and he's bottomed out. So, not the end of the world, but a little bit of a misclick right there.
He's going to have to play defensive. Oh, he's doing the old dance.
Yep. So as you can see, we were talking about earlier. Yep. All those stones on the ground, completely not hitting their targets. Good little micro trick by Timon right there, helping buy himself some time so he can get some more slingers up.
There is a counter to that.
They're both fucking microing.
You can see the dancing slinger and all those missed stones. It's a good job on Timon's part. Excellent micro right there, and helping him hold off a much bigger army.
How did he
Oh,
waste
he's
so
still
much
struggling.
food?
He's still struggling with that upgrade.
Right, we've got some horses. Oh, we're gonna have some dead horses.
Yeah, slingers will do. Horses are also able to dodge
God.
those bullets, but
Waste.
if they get hit, it's going to be difficult.
Okay, he defends this. He does defend this. They're slowly, he's splitting up the slingers as well, so he should be able to take out at least one group and then focus on the other one. Nope, he's going to split and try and deal with both. So far, so good. No worker kills with this attack. What we doing up here? What we doing up here? We're getting some more barracks. No stables. Irons being done there. Do we have the forge upgraded? Yep, everything's getting upgraded now. So looking like he's going to be going to Iron Age very soon.
Yeah, it's important to point out that Timon's a little bit slower to get that iron, that forward iron, because there was so much pressure at his base. And now you can see he's sending a handful of villagers to go get that iron, but definitely going to be a little bit behind on his way to Iron Age, most likely here.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, the worst part is when they get to Medieval and get that extra population. So at this moment, he's all right. Let's see the worker counts. 54.
He's like beautifully defending this though. Like this is really good.
40, 56.
Yeah, and even on the villager count, which is going to be really important.
Now he does have the better army now with the horses, so we'll see what he can do now that he's pushing Krolon back to his base.
Krolon coming out with a forward tower and already has another tower in place on his iron, so it should help him defend pretty well here.
Very nice. Oh, we got some workers. Yeah, workers coming forward to start building some barracks probably and some towers. Let's see any blueprints up yet. Tower first. Now we have archers. Now archers are better now, aren't they? So they're gonna be a better defense against the slingers. Krolon's doing really well to defend this. He's not losing too many units.
Yeah, and I think towers are an excellent choice in the current meta because now that they're cheaper, European towers are really difficult for archers to deal with. Obviously, if you can get your opponent, all of your archers on the tower, you can take it down quite quickly. But when you have a couple of extra towers and you're defending it with your own archers, that's a really good way to get a foothold on this map.
I think he needs to split off.
Sneak around.
Yeah, I think he needs to split off
This is
their
a good flank,
horses.
avoiding the towers. Yep, avoiding the towers and coming in on the side here, delaying those barracks. And Timon is struggling for wood right now, so he's not going to be able to do much about this. This is a really good just sidestep, avoiding those towers. If Cheese Wheel were still here, I'd be telling him to take some notes right now.
I'm going to take a quick second to have a look at this base Timon has built. Got the walls. You can't get in. Everything's nice and tight. Plenty of wood. This is good. Very nice by him. Whereas Krolon, there are some gaps by the looks of it. So if Timon can manage to get control and send some horses, I think he's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage.
Look at that resource stockpile for Krolon. He's already banked up 3k food, and he's going to be able to, and he's on his way to Medieval Age. He's going to be very quick here with his upgrades, getting those houses upgrade, getting that population upgrade. How is Timon doing?
Same.
Okay, he's also on his way to Medieval Age, and I think he might be ahead, but if you look at the difference here, not nearly the same amount of wood and food.
Nope, and he's just come off iron because of the attack coming.
Oh, can he get through there?
Nope.
Oh, no, he cannot.
Not quite.
That's why I said, beautiful base. Got to get them walls up and make sure
he
they
lost
can't
that
get in.
army.
Imagine if he was managed to get these archers in, it would have caused havoc.
It looks like he's still pushing forward on the front. Yep, giving us a little ping right there. Okay, so still committing to the forward. Yeah, yep.
Alright, that's all sorted. He needs to get back on the iron. Needs to
I'm
get...
back on wood. Wood is going to be extremely important here, especially if he wants to continue. And he just hit. All right, immediately with that population upgrade. What's Krolon done? He's clearly lost all of his wood. Where
West.
has that gone to?
Halfway.
And he went west. Very interesting.
He's upgraded some warehouses. He's getting some workshops. Yeah, he
It
did.
looks like he's gone for all of his warehouses first, which is definitely going to be good for his economy in the long run here.
Hopefully. That wood did vanish quite quickly, didn't it?
So, question I have for you guys, because I don't play lots of 1v1s, but would you say that pikemen are not a viable strategy in 1v1s compared to team matches?
So, Excalibur, do you want to handle the response first, or?
Is it just too resource heavy?
If you know more about it, you can answer it.
Well, again, I'm just now getting back into the 1v1 scene myself, but I think what's really important, and in general in war selection, nice expansion, and so this is what's nice real fast on the game right now is Timon has the map control, so that's giving him a lot easier of a time to get out, get that extra iron, and be out gathering resources on the map. And here we go, running some archers in, looking to pick some villagers off. It's going to be really important. I think pikemen, to answer your question, Habeebee, they are viable, but right now the meta is so in favor of archers because it's a one resource unit, and as Europe players, you want to use all of your wood to upgrade those buildings, especially if you're Eastern Europe. You want to upgrade your houses, you want to build those barracks, you want to get all of those upgrades. So being able to just spam archers, and they're one for one, they're going to beat pikemen. Now, if you mix a couple of pikemen in for the building damage, I think that is, a good choice. But then what you'll see is players will commonly add catapults for the building damage, which I think does a better job. But pikemen are definitely still a very strong unit. It's just that it's hard because they won't trade effectively against these cheap archers that will absolutely shred through them.
See, I thought building all these heavy spearmen, he was going to actually get pikemen with them, but it doesn't.
That's what I was
like
thinking.
It.
That's why I asked the question.
I don't
but
see the
he's
barracks.
Not doing it.
Is this an overkill of workshops?
Yeah, this is a lot of workshops, and I don't know if he has the wood economy to support this, especially when Timon is running through and just kind of idling his eco and forcing his army back in the base. And the other thing that's a problem here is these heavy spears are really slow, so they're just walking around and getting shot down. And again, who needs spears and pikes for building damage when you have 8 damage Eastern European archers just shredding his production buildings in the front line here?
129 of 136 for Krolon, 114 of 128 for Mankey. Timon.
Oh, he get through the housing.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, I don't think
he's idling this food eco. Coming in, destroying a backwards barracks. Oh, it's going down so fast.
Wow.
And again here, this is just like what Freakman did, sending these archers in. You're going to lose all of them, but the amount of economy damage that you're doing is well worth it.
Okay, he finally defends it. He's still good on ecos. He's at 142 of 144, so that's not too bad. The onagers are out and actually killing some buildings by the looks of it, but Timon has his own as well.
So Western European catapults versus Eastern European catapults, who has the advantage? I'm actually not, I don't know how much they cost, but obviously the Western European has a way bigger splash radius, as you can see. I would have to say that it seems like Western European catapults are stronger, but chat, I don't know if we've got a lot of excellent pro players in the chat.
It comes down to the splash. I mean, they're not as good against buildings, the onagers, but they're good against the archers and the infantry in general.
Right.
Whereas a catapult, it could take out a group of archers and a lot better against buildings.
And
I don't know. They took the Eastern European catapult and look how small the rock is now. Is that to stop the splash damage from being such a big deal?
Yeah, well, it looks like it's you have the issue of killing your own units, but yeah, I really would give the advantage here. These building all those siege workshops, we were questioning it, but it's really seeming like it's starting to pay off right now. He just needs a few more archers to help support them.
But even on workers, by the looks of it, still no boats there for Timon. Guess they don't want any boats. Strange. Still hasn't got his full pop either.
No, he's gonna lose all those. Oh.
It's raining rocks.
Deadly. Yeah, those Western European catapults really good for crushing those masses
Here
of
comes the
archers.
pikeman.
Yep, switching into pikeman here. I wonder if we're gonna see Krolon build some Langshanets. I think they are actually pretty strong units if you can afford to get to them. Problem is they're definitely paywall blocked by 2 barracks upgrades, which is a big commitment.
Yes.
I'd also say they're kind of blocked by the catapults too. Catapults one-shot them.
Right, exactly, because they're slow moving. Those catapults, even out of Eastern Europe, are more likely to connect with their shots.
Plus, with
Now-
all the archers, they just have to run away, backpedal a little bit, and then shoot again.
Yep, and now with no archers, not nearly enough archers to stop these catapults, Timon is starting to put the pressure on, and he's starting to hit those forward buildings. That being said, we're getting a quick answer with the Western European catapults.
Still, I like his position here so far. He's outside his base. He's not letting him leave. The iron is finished. He's going to have to get this iron over here.
Exactly, where he's got a lot of iron banked up right now, but that's going to run out pretty quickly if he can't find a second source here. And again, this is where this forward pressure and this map control for Timon is going to start paying off the longer this game goes on. You're going to see that Krolon being cramped up in his base is going to start becoming starved for wood, starved for iron. He's really going to have a difficult time maintaining this resource income.
He's actually starting to build pikemen.
Squads. We have squads.
Looks like, yep, squads are coming through and going to try to deal with the catapults.
Pikemen are here as well, but squads versus pikemen. It's not even doing any damage to the squad. Look at this.
See, if you look at the armor on those squads, right? 9 times out of 10, that you're going to have, or 1 out of 2 times, you have 15 armor, which means most attacks coming at you are going to do 0 damage. However, why archers are still able to tear through squads is because when you have 50 archers and you have 50 attacks coming through, once in a while, you're going to get those hits that hit them with 0 armor. And oh, good point out here. No upgrades coming in from Krolon. That's going to really hurt him here. He really could do a lot with those archer damage upgrade and the spearman damage upgrade, particularly the archer one. Not having that is going to really prove to be painful here.
Both players a bit lacking here with the upgrades. Come on, guys.
I don't
They definitely
think he needs it.
Need it for the archer.
He has
Timon's doing just fine without.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spend any extra. If he doesn't need to, why spend it? I guess.
Yeah, the other thing that's important to point out here is Timon, it looks like, has got on the water with some fishing boats. Finally, it was a little bit delayed here, but again, fishing ecos I think are really underappreciated. It seems like lately, really important here, and we don't see Krolon doing it. Which means that because once you build that fishing ship once, it's a one-time wood investment. But when you have all those villagers on the farm, you're going to have to constantly replenish that farm, which costs you wood, which right now Krolon does not have a lot of.
He's never going to get that iron. If the game carries on, he's not going to be able to get an iron unless he sneaks some workers somewhere else, like around to this corner. He's going to be in trouble soon. So far he's defending, but this is too much pressure.
I think he would do really well here to upgrade some of his barracks to archery ranges, or his forts to archery ranges, and get longbows out. Longbows would be the right counter here, but instead he's still forced to make the regular Bronze Age European archers, which are not a bad unit, but longbows here, especially on the defense with their extra range, would do really well to help keep the Eastern European archers at bay and to keep those units at bay, and they would shred through those squads. But, with how few resources he has, he's not really able to start upgrading those forts beyond their base level here.
Is that even worth carrying on? You might as well cancel it and get your money back.
Cyber's also pointing out, where are Western European towers? Well, I think, obviously Western European towers are the strongest towers in the game. However, you have Eastern European catapults and not enough longbows again here to really defend those catapults from doing it. So if you invest that food and wood that he just does not have right now, he's going to lose them pretty quickly to those catapults.
Those are a lot of squads going right in.
I wouldn't be
Colin
wanting to
asking
fight
for
there.
mercy in the chat.
There's too many
Dude, he's like,
blocks.
screw all of it. I need to kill these. Oh, he missed it. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna lose it right there.
And his own Onaga in the process. I guess it was worth building 4 workshops, but he still needs to push back. It's very East Europe is too much spam. This is ridiculous. He cannot sustain. He's at 150 pop, but most of it is Onagas. I think you're right, Wacho. He needed to get those Landschneps.
Landschnets or longbows or anything, but pikemen and onagers here are just not going to trade effectively with the cheaper armory of Eastern Europe. It's definitely, I would say Eastern Europe is, might have a matchup advantage here, but I think he could be doing a lot better to be building those better units.
Here we go.
It's very stalemate. It's going really well, though. I think Green is actually starting to gain a little bit of ground. He's pushing way off his barracks now, and he's getting some towers up.
Yep. But for how long? Timon is on his way to Eastern Europe and will have a slew of other options with longer range cannons, grenadiers, what have you. He's going to be able to start putting on another wave of pressure here.
I didn't do that much damage. Going a bit low there on supply for Timon.
I think so, though. Yeah, you pointed out maybe Western European towers would do pretty well even against the catapults. It's just hard because he has to choose what he wants to build because his resources are so limited. Whereas you can see here, Timon being, unencumbered, not having to move his economy around, has a ton of villagers on the map, gathering up those iron. He's on stones on multiple places in the middle of the map. He's just harvesting all of those nodes, and he's taking full advantage of the European economy.
They both got 90 workers, just over 90 workers. So the spam is gonna be real.
Oh, is he upgrading for Landschnecks?
He is. He's making the Royal Barracks. I don't know at this point if that's the right call anymore, because at this point I would be focusing on getting an LMA, but it's just really hard right now. He's really pressed for resources. He doesn't have good iron. Timon is expanded to the one place that, and it looks like he might be building a dock.
I'm gonna get this iron over here. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Timon's just doing a really good job of controlling the map here and taking full advantage of the resources, and even building a forward dock here on Krolon's private lake. So we'll see if he ends up doing anything with that. Siege ships coming in, and that's going to start putting some pressure just from another angle that I don't think Krolon's going to be able to handle.
2 games in a row with siege ships? That's insane.
Might be the other ships that you get in late medieval as well. I forgot what they're called.
I cannot imagine if he built
Bombardier
bombardiers.
ships?
That would be that's game over at that point. You can't defend against that with what he has.
Right, if he does build bombardier ships in the LMA, then he's going to pretty easily take out his temple.
Is he going to click straight to... Nope, he's going to get some more vision upgrades.
Yep, so he doesn't want to build any more. He's pop-capped. He doesn't want to build any more villagers when he's already got 96 or so workers. But he also doesn't want to keep his temple idle, right? So, might as well. This is a good option just to keep your temple active. It does help a little bit, and we'll see a little bit more encroachment on the territory front once this research hits in.
Boats are gone.
Look at those Landschnecks, by the way. He's actually getting a good pushback on red with them.
Yep, I just think it's a little too late. I think these Langschnets, if they come out a little bit earlier, might have done him some good, but at this point, it's just too slow.
I think he only got them to fight the squads, because squads, do less damage than Landschnecks.
Okay,
1-to-1.
got a kill.
Langschnets will definitely do well here. Again, trying to push forward, he just doesn't have the archers or the units mass here to protect these onagers from being destroyed by the cheap archers and militiamen.
Yeah.
It
was looking good there for a second.
It looked like he had a little gleam of hope to destroy that forward base, which would finally give him some breathing room that he desperately needs. Here come the siege ships.
Gonna hurt the
Oh,
wood.
I expect him to do bombardier.
He's pushing there as well, pushing over here. I don't think Krolon will see this.
I think Krolon has a little more problems than just that, though.
Well, he's doing okay
Oh,
here.
no.
He's pushing back.
It was
He sees it.
someone pointing out he was about of a third of the way the IR, and then he canceled it and started it over, probably because he was bottoming out on some resources.
Food not great.
So thank you for the call out there. Looks like he wants to commit a little bit more because, as we speak, Krolon is starting to put some more pressure back onto the forward here. But losing his stone income there on the back, and again, he's going to be super pressed for wood here, having to move his economy yet again. Sea chips are already providing exponential value.
Still early Middle Ages for Krolon here. Cannot afford to go too late.
And those houses, again, just you know, he can't afford to lose all those buildings.
This is a nice push. It's a nice push. But meanwhile, he's losing all these houses and possibly the forge, which he finally did get the upgrade for the archers for.
Looking at his economy, he has
GG.
absolutely zero wood. Losing the houses can't replace them.
GG.
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
Nicely done.
Beautiful
Timon.
game altogether. Wow. Wait, so Timon's going under the name Mankey?
Yep. There's a little monkey, but he's a mankey.
He's a little Mankey.
Well played, guys. Well played.
Yes. All right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who are we gonna put up next? Should we watch one of your games, Wacho?
Sure, I think maybe my game versus Brannock. It's not a super long game, but I think it's got some good, interesting action.
All right.
Well, of course, I mean, you already know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So don't
I'll
give
do my
anything away.
best to not.
I gave this little thing to Excalibur. I was like, Excalibur, it's funny watching you comment your own games because you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yes. It's all right though. I tried to do it pretending that it wasn't me, and that works as well. Right, so we're gonna load up the next game, and it's gonna be Wacho789 versus what was it again? Bronick.
Brannock. I believe he's a Polish player.
Yes. Alright, let's change the names. What color are these guys? You're yellow.
I think Brannock is actually in the yellow, the lime, the electric green.
Don't call me yellow.
Oh no, Watcho, now everyone's going to know what name you use online.
Oh, but see, I always change it.
I know, except for last night we were playing and you had the same name for like 5 games straight.
Yeah, exactly. Don't show my game, please. Oh, Brannock, you're watching.
Alright, everything is set. We are good to go, starting from 3, 2, 1. Alright, the game names aren't popping up, so let me check why the name's not popping up. There we go, Bronick 789. Yep, good. Right, in the top, in the yellow, we have Wacho789 against Bronick. In the red, in the bottom. Turn that around. There we go. Oh, fishy, fishy, fishy. Nice. Very nice. Got your iron there, so you can easily defend this whole section for the fish and iron and cows as well. But who got that? Who got that? Who got that? That was Bronick. Nice catch. How many deers did you catch, Wacho? None. None.
No,
by the looks
none.
of it.
Tried to capture some and then saw the fish and was like, oh well, we're gonna not waste any more time with the scout. Yeah, the interesting about this map, so, you know, obviously it's a smaller map here, and immediately what we're going to notice is there's barely any wood. It is all in the center of the map, which is definitely going to be something that's important to watch out for here. Not many wood options for either player.
I think playing aggressive might be the shout here. Yeah, I suppose when this popped up, you thought, oh, where's the wood? Did you find this one? We'll see if you found it. That's going to be an important
I think
one
I actually just found it right now.
Let me just say, I really hate when I start a game and there's like 0 wood. It makes me feel like I'm, you know, in a lot of pressure, but then I just gotta remember, oh yeah, the enemy is doing the same thing and it's out of wood as well.
Love mirror maps.
I think symmetrical maps was the best thing to happen for the competitive scene here.
100%.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fight.
Symmetrical maps just make it, you know, fair.
And if it's unfair, it's unfair for both of you. Win-win. All right.
Looks like both players right now moving out to take advantage of those early extra food sources. Bronick being a little bit slower to get onto the fish here.
He built a warehouse, but he has not put any workers on it. Oh, but he did. Don't forget, he did get a deer. He did get that deer, so that's all right for him.
That's going to definitely help him. Mm-hmm.
But I would usually just go for that fish straight away. Before any attacks come in, and you can't get it anymore.
Yeah, it is big. It is pretty exposed too. It's way out on the right side, and you can't really build anything on it. No ability to build forward walls here.
What was the thought process on this wall thing coming like?
Yeah, so base building wise, did not pay as much attention to that as I should have, and this was just using the villager that's just ended up being the building villager here. So starting to try to expand my base generally towards the second wood line here, so I am going to try to connect it with my main base, but being that's like the only second and secure wood, try to start building a wall out in front of it. Whereas you can see Bronick is hugging his starting position a little bit more closely here.
Okay, he hasn't thought about the next wood, but he might go Europe and get the stone instead, which is not going to be great, but we'll see what happens there. Pit's going up. Any upgrades to see what they're going to do? We have warriors from Bronick. Going a bit old school here. And slingers from Wacho going a bit new school. Although you used to build slingers, didn't you? Anyway, so.
Yeah, I think slingers are just warriors in the current meta just don't seem to be, cutting it anymore. They used to be the only thing that you could do, but I think in the current meta they just don't trade nearly as well against slingers. So, an aggressive warrior attack, you might get some extra building damage in, but by and large, with the meta right now, players will just build defensive slingers and usually have a pretty easy time doing it. Now, good use of the warriors there to go ahead and pre-kill the cows, clear out all those animals to help him get out onto the map.
You got
here.
this?
Still not using the fish here.
I don't think he saw it. Okay, your base is looking nice wall. There's a gap there, but I'll sort that out soon.
Yeah, you got many more pits.
It's too late to get these now. What's the houses for? Was it
houses mark?
Boars?
They mark the boars for me.
Oh, okay, don't forget to cancel them. You're gonna forget. Yeah, you're gonna forget because he's coming in with the warriors.
Yep, got distracted right there. Bad timing.
Oh, that's beautiful, by the way, putting all the slingers right around the main temple there. The bulwarks, I meant.
Yeah, I was worried about that when I saw the warriors. I just wanted to make sure they didn't get an altar snipe. So building a couple extra bulwarks up there was, I think, worth it.
Man, that tiger.
Yep, Tiger helping out Bronick here with
Oh,
the
there was a
incoming
tiger.
incoming attack.
If he never came in and you didn't know there was a tiger there, you might have lost about 15 workers. Alright, still committing to the warriors here from Bronick. Interesting. Oh, there's a tiger. I think as long as... Oh, you're moving out with the slingers. That's a little bit risky, but you're getting your population upgrade. Yep. So as long as that's ready, you'll be able to pop out some more for the defense. And you've got a few out here as well, so that's not too bad.
And those mammoths are really damaging some of those warriors as they come out here. 3 mammoths in the middle of the only really good wood spot on the map.
Okay, there we go. Told you about this gap.
Yep, and there we are. We're seeing me pay for it.
Cyber just says warrior rush and then change to slinger maceman.
Yep, that's probably the correct strategy to do here.
This is nice. This is nice defense so far from Bronick here. I would have said maybe built your farm here so it's protected by the bulwarks.
Yeah, the already built bulwarks. That would have been an efficient use there.
Fighting the army with some warriors here. I mean, with some workers. And we see over here fighting the warriors, your slingers. There's nothing in here. There's no workers in here. This is where there's 6 bulwarks. Okay, so Bronick is playing nice and defensive. Even though he went warriors, he's playing nice so far. And looks like Wacho is bottomed out on food, but you're at 84 of 90, so that's not too bad. 41 of 60 for Bronick. Still has not got that population upgrade. He has gone Europe. He needed more food. He should have got this fish. He would have been alright. And looks like he can't afford any more warriors. This attack's going to stay here for some time, and more backup is holy moly, Jesus. That's a lot of food.
Yeah, the thought process here is, number one, it's a lot of food, and number two, I'm going to run out of wood again. So I need to quickly get out onto the middle of the map, and that looks like a great wood spot and food spot.
That's a beautiful food spot. Oh my god.
So we decided that, you know, there's something to be said about not using those slingers to put on even more pressure, especially with the expectation that he would go Europe. But we do have a second group here that's going to be able to keep the heat on.
This is so exposed.
Yeah, I think the forward farm here, he would have done better to put it in the back here. And I think that's going to really, you know, when I saw the forward farm, I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, bottomed out on food, even though he was already bottomed out because he went Europe. He's going to be struggling to defend this off. Right.
The bulwarks are coming in handy, though, and slingers actually can't damage bulwarks, so those are there to stay.
Struggling for a bit of wood there by the looks of it.
I would say my favorite thing to see forwarded in any game is a forward temple. Just feels like an easy pick at that point.
If somebody wants to do a unique strategy and do a forward temple rush, there you go. Timon disagrees. You should always build your farm next to your temple, nowhere else. I agree. I think it's just the back right side would have been, which is still next to his temple, might have been a bit safer option here.
I mean, why bother building this defense here and not use it?
The only time I think I've ever built a forward temple, I played a team game. And it was a 3-on-3. My entire team quit, and I built my temple inside the enemy's base so he could kill it.
Timon commenting, he thinks that the right call here is just go full Stone Age, maybe a bulwark rush, or as someone else is saying, you know, warriors into maceman slingers, given the low resources on the map.
Yeah.
Are macemen viable against slingers though?
Well, no, but they'll crush buildings, and so if you pair them up with slingers,
that is right. Combo. Sorry, I was thinking slinger to maceman for some reason instead of warrior to slinger and maceman.
Bronick finally made the right call here and put a second farm up in his defended base, which is going to help stabilize his food income, and he's also getting out on the water.
Oh, I'm dreading to look how many workers he's got left. 24. Not looking good. 36 of 60 supply. No houses upgraded, even though he's got 3,700 banked up. Could just click it, but what's the point? He needs food. And a lot of it. This is horrible. This is a bully. All these towers. I'll start chipping away on these houses as well. Got fish.
Are slingers just food, or are they food and wood?
They're food only.
Macemen
food
are wood.
They train in 9 seconds, and I believe they're like 50 food a pop. So,
how much are warriors compared?
50.
Also 50 food, and they train in 11 seconds. So slingers are extremely good, and that's why even with the European archer buff, European archers cost 100 food each. And they're definitely not twice as good as the slingers. So right now, slingers, that's why players opt so much for the early 2 pits. The standard build order when you're going Europe is to build at least 2 pits and use those to build some defensive slingers until you can get your full Bronze Age army fully pumping here. And Bronick goes for some Macemen here to try to destroy my forward, which I think is a good choice, but he doesn't have that many units to back them up right now.
Nope. He's trying to get the iron. Risky, there's no protection there. If you see it, you're gonna probably attack that. He has managed to get that forge so he can build some towers. Oh, where's all his wood? Oh yeah, because it's Europe, so all the wood went to the houses. Cost so much. I don't think he's mining too much. Okay, he's got some workers on the wood there, so that's not too bad. Oh, got some spearmen coming out.
Yeah, the idea with the spearmen here is maybe just to build a couple to try to help clean up the bulwarks, but that choke point ended up being pretty good.
Ram would work because it's so close. But I don't know what your wood is like. Your wood is not great. Let's have a look over here. You didn't get the free food yet. Couldn't put the warehouse there.
I think I end up in for that a little bit later. And I think I probably focus on getting a little bit of a fishing economy as well, but we'll have to see. I don't know if I've started that yet. Yeah.
Does anyone know if there's a point in the game where the mammoth food just disappears?
I don't think so. They just die at 15 minutes. The food will always be there.
Oh, okay. I thought they.
Decay.
I thought it would decay at one point.
No, only the dead bodies decay. The crows come in and eat it. Alright, he pulled back here. Not too sure why he's pulled back, but possibly because of the towers. I think he needs to delete this so he can have easy access to both bases. Oh, more things going down. Now we've got the shooting ranges going down. Or going up, I should say. Any upgrades yet? Buzz doesn't need it just yet. And also you outnumbered him with pits. Oh, he's upgrading his pits before he maxes out, but I think he's done alright here to defend. Has he catched up with? He's got 35 workers and 5 boats versus 42, 48 and 2 boats. But he has this outside his base and not much wood left.
Did anyone catch what he destroyed? Looks like he destroyed 2 houses. See, right next to his farm?
That was a warehouse.
That was a warehouse he didn't upgrade.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know what it was that he destroyed.
And you can see on the right side coming in with some sampans to attack the fishing eco.
Dirty. Right, Bronick is trying to get to Iron Age as well.
I gotta say, just looking at this This is like great gameplay. This is absolutely just taking your enemy out.
Using everything you can. I mean, these are literally like paper boats, but they died. See, they just died. Like, it's so rubbish, but they worked. I think you got one boat there and stopped him.
Maybe one. Sampans are really, really bad.
Yeah. They are paper, but, you know, anything you can, right?
Oh, this is so horrible. Oh, we got a stable? Where that's the... Oh, yeah, there's 2 stables here. Trying to get across. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
I'm probably struggling for wood right now. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay. You built a lot of stuff, so yeah.
Yeah.
He's holding on, but more towers are coming up. Now we're gonna see if them horses actually get to the other side to do any damage. Yep, I see something over there. It's just a scout, okay. Oh, it's 86 of 90 pops, so that's not too bad. He's really going to need something like a ram, which he's building. Nice, that should help because they're really hard to stop once they start coming out. And hopefully he'll be able to.
Yeah, and
kill all that.
archers do pitiful damage to rams.
Yep. Shooting them, but he can't exactly go and melee them because there's just too many towers. He needs to get them heavy spearmen up at least. There we go. He's getting some. But we've got heavy archers coming in from Wacho. With not much wood left, here's a tip. Don't build them if your wood is not great. It just kills your wood. Even until after you get to medieval, after you upgrade your...
Right. I think they're only 20 wood, but they will really, like, any of that will drain. Even the heavy European spearmen, it's just a huge drain on the wood.
And food. Don't forget the another extra 20 food as well. Here we go.
Oh, beautiful, those rams.
Donk. Donk, donk.
Bonk.
The rams actually count as buildings, and I was later told that a good idea if you are Asia going against the rams is build a hand ram because it will treat it like a building. So a couple of hand rams actually might have proved to be really helpful for those tanky European rams. As you can see, tons of units firing on it, and it's just eating away at all these very low armor, cheap Asian buildings.
So we have...
You know, I did not know that. I did not know that rams counted as buildings.
Well, looks like you caught up and even passed them in your medieval. Nice. This is big trouble now for Bronick.
Yep. And again, Bronick's only access here, and really my big goal was realizing, I think there could have been definitely some better strategies employed on both sides, but one of my goals with this forward was to cut him off from the forward wood, knowing that as the game goes on, he only has one stone mine in his base, and eventually is going to be starved out.
G, because you just took him off the iron as well, so it's impossible for him to get to medieval. Dirty play. I would not want to be in his position. Those are the kind of games you want to tap out from about 20 minutes ago. But he did play aggressive. He went warriors, and that was his mistake. I guess.
Yeah, I think right now it's so in favor of like bulwark rush, slingers, and then potentially some macemen depending on what you're trying to do. And then, yeah, my ability to just have that wood in the middle of the map was, I think, extremely, extremely helpful. So map control here, and I think what we're going to continue to see in all of our games here is map control. The players who are able to hold the map control, the longer that the game goes on, the better it is for them. We saw that in Timon versus Krolon. Krolon was starting to finally push back, but Timon had full control of the map for so long that he was able to take full advantage of all those stone mines, iron mines, and Krolon who just got starved to death. So I think, for all the players who are watching and for in the tournament or not in your 1v1 games, definitely try to pay attention to the map control and what resources are limited on the map, because that is going to help make or break some of these games. And yes, I think I definitely could have utilized the map control, Tim, on there a lot better than I did.
Now, do you guys want to go into another game, or do you want to take a quick break?
I'm really good for one more game here, and then maybe a break after that.
All right.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling, Habeebee?
Mike is muted. I said beautiful game, Wacho, by the way. Absolutely loved it. That was a really good game.
No, I thought it was a change of pace from the Europe v Europe that we were seeing, but definitely I think they were both improvements that both Bronick and I could have certainly made. But maybe a nice change of pace, because I imagine who are we looking at here? Pius, and who is the other player? We'll find out in a moment here, but I imagine we're probably once again going to see the Europe v Europe meta that is kind of dominating the game right now, and it looks like I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Rorodu 50. But right now, definitely the strong suit in the game right now. It seems like your standard build is a two-pit slinger defense into Europe archers into either Eastern Europe or Western Europe, with I think a favorable edge towards Eastern Europe seems to be the most common strategy. So right now Asia just has a difficult time fielding units that will go toe to toe with Europe right now. I think especially after the archer buff. The archer buff and the tower buff with cheaper towers, that definitely is more of a buff to Europe than it is to Asia. Asia also got cheaper towers, but they are not nearly as strong or as tanky as European towers are. So being able to take advantage of those cheaper towers, and we've seen already just the impact that even a couple of well-placed towers can do on the game, both defensively and offensively. Offensively, we saw a 60 kill tower, which again I think will be for one of the of the group stages, one of the the MVP of the group stages was that tower.
That tower was unbelievable. What was it, like 70 kills by the end?
Yeah,
one of
something
them
like that.
And that was an Eastern tower, and Eastern isn't that weaker than Western, or does Eastern do more damage?
I believe Eastern. It definitely has less HP, less armor. I don't know about the damage.
I'm not sure if the damage is higher for Eastern, but then like Western you have lower damage but more armor. I'm not sure if there's like a mix there.
If it is, I would say that the armor buff that the Western European tower gets is more impactful than if it has less damage, if any.
Oh yeah, I know. Western is just insane. It feels like each time I play this game and I go Western, no one ever comes into my base. But if I go Eastern, they're all in it.
Yep.
Oh, for God's sakes. I had tea. It's ice cold now. I completely forgot. Nasty. Right, so the next game we got up, we're going to Group H for Harry. And we have Pius XV versus Rorodu 50. And
also, before you start up, I'd like to just say one thing that I really liked out that Wacho pointed out. You said that hand rams can kill rams?
Yep.
Yes, because rams are treated like buildings. Very interesting.
But hand rams aren't treated like buildings, so they crush rams.
Yes. Well, it's not the defense of the hand ram, but hand ram has bonus damage towards buildings, and because the European ram has the class of a building, those hand rams get to utilize that special building damage that they have. So they can, in a pinch, counter them. You just have to be careful because they don't have the best armor, and if Europe is, like they should, supporting them with archers, they are quite easy to snipe. But if you use them right, you micro them well. That is one of Asia's options to countering the rams.
However,
I didn't know that.
If they got archers, then hand rams are going down very quickly.
They're going down. So it's a tough situation all around. And as Timon points out, the problem of Asia is that they no longer age up really that much faster than Europe, if at all, particularly Eastern Europe. And then your IR options, if the game is going that long, are much more limited. You pretty much, I would say, have to go Turkey. You could go China for the tempo, but again, the longer the game goes on, China gets at a bit of a disadvantage. And I think Russia right now is just so strong in the 1v1 meta. Even Turkey, Russia just has tempo and long-term viability, whereas Turkey, I think, is very versatile as well, but they don't have the same tempo that Russia gets. And plus, they're medieval units that you can still make while you first get to IR, not nearly as strong as, again, the Russian Eastern Archer spam.
Maybe they need to make China militiamen free again.
Maybe. I mean, it's free versus 10 food. I'm not entirely sure how much of an impact that would have, but at least right when you get to IR, when your food might be more limited until you get those powerful rice farms going, that could be the difference between being able to get some better units out and not.
Yes. All right, we ready for the next one?
I think we are.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Let's start this off. All right, here we go. Finally, the names have come up. There we go. On the I've got to do this again. On the right side, we have Rorodo 50 2022 from France, by the looks of it. And on the left side, his opponent will be Pius XV. Now, what number is XV?
15.
Oh, you're good. See, I was looking at my 11-year-old daughter's maths work the other day, and she had to do numbers up to 21,000, and I was like, what? I know up to 10.
I think 1,000 is C, if I'm not mistaken.
She got them all right. I was like, oh, okay, cool. By the way, you'll never need to use them again in the future. But, yeah.
I think Pius the 15th was a pope, if I'm not mistaken.
Ah.
Someone correct me in chat if I'm right. I like to feel smart.
And then Timon makes another good point that, while Turkey is probably a very good IR option, you have to go West Asia to get there. And, I don't think we'll probably see West Asia once in this tournament, just because they just don't have... You won't really see Asia, but I don't think we'll ever see Western Asia just because their options are even more limited than East Asia.
I think
so
we
that's
will.
A good point
We will. Some of the Chinese players, they play differently. They can make things work because they play so aggressively. We'll see.
Right. Well, I hope to see it. I think, West Asia, if you got a good West Asia strat, there's something pretty unique. Again, getting those ideas out there for your games. So far, we've got 4 Temple Rush and then West Asia. Use those. Timon saying we'll see West Asia. All right, well, I hope so too.
I'm
Anyway, this game.
hoping to see Pius go Eastern or Western Europe. Because if he's a pope, I want to see him crusading.
Right, exactly.
So
right now on the right side, so wait, we got who's who? Pius is the red player, correct? And then in green we have Road. We're gonna call him
Rorodo 50.
Rorodo.
We missed it, but Rorodo 50, he dragged this mammoth all the way over here so he can get this beautiful field of cows.
Yeah.
If you look on the other side, the mammoth is right there.
It starts there.
Nicely done. That's
Pius not going for that early cow, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But that's going to be a really great food income for Rorodo early on, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually opted to get the wood upgrade first. I mean, we are 4 minutes in the game, but with that extra food, you can afford to do wood upgrade before you get your berry upgrade. It's very common to get. He's got both now, but very common to do if you have a lot of extra food right away to get your wood upgrade first.
He's going for the cows, by the way. Pius.
Yep, finally going for the cows, but it looks like he lost a villager there.
He didn't
and
realize.
The mammoth is... Oh no, is he going to lose another villager? Okay,
No, don't fight it.
away. Nope.
Oh, you...
That's 2 villagers down for Pius. That's an early, very difficult blow here.
Come on,
And he's still not cleared it from his cows.
If he waits another 10 minutes, he would die on its own.
And it's going right back.
Oh man, it's gonna get another villager. Okay, is he gonna kite it away? Okay, he's kiting it away
No.
successfully.
No.
Oh, I
No.
speak too soon.
On.
The caster curse.
Oh, okay, I was going to
Bias
point
is
out.
just
Beautiful basting. Beautiful
Bias is
basting.
just
And
not
he's gone
pulling it
Asia.
far. Not
And
pulling it
Rorodu's
far
gone
enough.
Asia. This
Okay,
is
it's
an
gonna
interesting
kill him.
choice. Look at
4 kills.
Rorodu is much faster up to Asia than Pius is on his way, and I imagine he's going Europe, but we'll see.
I like. He made this wall here, but obviously realizing the trees are a bit
He's going
ahead.
for warriors. An interesting choice here. Again, we'll have to see what he's able to accomplish with these warriors. But again, I think the meta right now for a late warrior rush, it seems like he's doing what is a delayed eco rush. We'll have to see if he gets his population upgrade. Already has it coming in, so he's going to be able to pump out a ton more warriors. And going for the vision upgrade, which is another interesting choice. We'll probably see if he decides to use that vision to go for a forward, build some towers, and get vision on the map.
Well, he's got
But
50
typically,
workers already, so
he's already got a lot of so maybe he doesn't need any more workers. And coming in straight for those cows. So the defensive slingers, again, I think he's going to be hard pressed to find any room for doing some damage here.
okay, this could be good.
Okay, there's a gap. He manages to make it through, and he's getting those villagers off of the food, which again, early on, very devastating. Timon says Warriors are his favorite unit. If anybody else thinks Warriors, he's killing some villagers. He's going for the early...
Stonecutter
That
down.
was a beautiful snipe.
Oh.
And he quits and calls it. He just knows. He knows he's not going to be able to defend without being able to make slingers. And that's GG. Wow.
Really? I mean,
very quick one.
I think he had enough slingers there to defend it and then just upgrade these
Yeah.
to
I think
barracks.
so too. His food eco too is already looking pretty strong. And he's got enough to defend his forward wood line. Maybe it was premature, but I think he got frustrated by the snipe of the forge. Very good choice by the warriors there, sniping that forge to prevent those slingers from being built. But I don't know if it was ready to call it just yet.
That was unfortunate. It's very bad when you lose your stonecutter there. Should have been a little bit more careful. You have to stand in front of those warriors. You can't let them run past.
You didn't turn on the colors, by the way.
Did I? I think I did. It disappears when the game
Yeah.
finishes.
When the game's over, they disappear. And then and that's the risk that you run when you push your slingers forward, because they're a slower moving unit than warriors. So if your opponent does warriors, the advantage he has is mobility. And if he catches you, at his base, and his warriors sneak past yours, well, then you're going to be chasing them around forever, and they can do a lot of damage. So that is one of the advantages that warriors will still have, is certainly in their mobility, and they are able, as you can see here, even just 5, they're making pretty decent work of European houses. So the building damage definitely is there. But wow, what a quick game. Well, I guess maybe that's a good, probably to do a break now, and then before we hop into the next one.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually didn't get to see a lot of that game. My sister came home, so I was talking with her outside my window.
It was a quick one.
It was.
Very quick one.
All right, I'm going to put the break on, and we shall be back shortly.
How many minutes here are we looking to take our break for?
We could do like a 5.
Yeah, I'm
if you
good
guys-
with 5.
And welcome back, everyone. We are going into some other games now. We're back from the break. And it looks like the next game will be Mafusha from Poland versus Dread. Not sure where he's from, but somewhere on Earth.
I think Masfusa is also a Polish player, and Dread is one of the few North American players that we have in this tournament. And I guess quickly before we get into this game, so I saw everyone was talking about countries and what countries should you buy in the chat. Well, I think Cyber has a very good point. I think right now most countries are in a decent spot where they're all somewhat viable. I mean, some are definitely stronger than others, but you should definitely pick the country that you want to play, in my opinion, that you think you would have the most fun playing. And then as far as I think one person was deciding between Turkey or France, you should also consider the fact that there's a whole game that happens before you get to IR. Whether or not you enjoy going Europe for Bronze Age, Iron Age, and the Medieval Ages, or if you like playing as Asia. Whichever you like playing more, I think should probably lean towards which country you go if you're deciding between an European country and an Asian country. But I would say for the most part, all the countries have their own place, and they definitely all have their own roles that they can fill. For example, China, while they might not be really viable at all on island games, and that's probably one of the few countries where you just shouldn't play them on island maps for the most part. They've got a lot of great tempo. So,
But does it also depend on if you're playing team games or ranked games? For team games, yeah, any country is fine. But if you're gonna play ranked seriously, might want to pick wisely.
Right, and that's a great point. So that would be on the front of team games, and I would say, yeah, for ranked games, really European countries right now, mostly because Europe just seems to be the meta. I think Russia is probably hands down the best country for its versatility and tempo. It's got really fast tempo if you go for early partisans or an armored car, even balloons, as we saw. So we saw that Freakman made a great use of Russia's early tempo by building armored cars, partisans, and balloons, and was able to completely overwhelm Cheeselord as soon as he got to the IR age. So I think Russia is an excellent option if you're looking for a good 1v1 country. China is not a bad one as well for the tempo. So if you are going Eastern Asia, China will definitely bring you that tempo, but I think as the game goes on, you might find yourself struggling a little bit, especially against more powerful European IR countries that really, once they get in full swing, you're going to be hard pressed to kind of handle your own against them.
And also, Abstract's pretty good.
Abstract is pretty good. Let's not forget Abstract. Exactly. You've got all of your options. You've got armored cars. You've got you've got balloons, which I think are two. Not every country gets armored cars or balloons. You also have howitzers, and not every country gets howitzers. So, for example, India, they typically struggle with early armored cars or light tanks because their only counter is mortars, whether it comes from the elephants or from the actual infantry unit if you get the upgrade. And that is something to consider as well. But I would say, in my opinion, and again, this is just my opinion, but Russia is going to be your best European country option. And then as far as, Asian countries go, I would be hard-pressed to pick one. I think, again, China has its specific playstyle use in a 1v1 setting for the tempo. But otherwise, by and large, really Turkey would be the best Asian one. But then again, as we were talking earlier, that you're forced to go West Asia, which, may or may not be the most strong choice right now in a 1v1 setting.
Wacho, why have I got an email that says you only just subscribed to my YouTube today?
I've been bad. I've been watching a ton of videos. I haven't subscribed, but you got the subscription now.
Thank you. All right, next game is up. Mafusha versus Dread. Here we go.
Don't look at your subscriptions. I might have just subscribed as well.
Quick plug. For those of you who are watching World War Selections channel right now, if you're enjoying the stream and you've enjoying the videos, please go ahead and hit that subscribe. It definitely means a lot, I know, for Excalibur here. So if you are not subscribed, definitely it would be great and appreciated if you did. But with that, let's get in the game.
Bigger numbers makes Excalibur's head go woo.
All right, here we go. Next game. red. You've got to make me click play, but here we go. On the yellow side, we have Dread. On the left side, and on the right side, in the red, we have Mafusha. And it's a tiny little map in the corner of this huge ocean with some oasis islands here.
Yep. Similar to my game versus Bronick, I think the right path here is to go very aggressive and look at all those cows in the middle of the map just outside their base, including a mammoth. So as long as you can deal with that mammoth, there's going to be a handful of cows, a nice food spot for you, and as well, if you build your warehouse as well, that's going to get you to the next wood spot. So this is actually going to be a similar style of game with small map, not very good wood options, plenty of extra food, and that's really about it. So I think it's going to favor those who are going to play aggressive here and get out on the map quickly.
Oh, nice. I remember Pizza doing this. He puts his decorations next to animals. Not a bad idea. I forgot about that.
That probably works a little bit better if you have the decorations. Not everybody has them. I do have them, so I should probably start doing that instead of my houses, because then, as we saw, my villagers accidentally went and built it, and that was not the goal there.
I remember some earlier games, Wacho, we played together. You actually used houses for vision. Wasn't that a thing you did?
Not particularly, and I think building houses out forward, they don't do anything to give you more territory. I think they give a very small amount, if anything at all. And then the issue is that when you build single houses out, it's just very easy for your opponent to, if they have a better force and they're on the map, to wipe it out, and then there's another house that you have to replace. And not the end of the world, but every little bit counts. Especially, one thing I've noticed is that build orders are much tighter in the 1v1 scene. So if you want, the competitive level overall over these past couple of tournaments just continues to rise, and it's been impressive to see how strong players are becoming. And every little house that can count, especially at this level of gameplay.
We see Mafusha using the decorations for finding extra food instead. Why not just place a warehouse down? But we see warriors from Mafusha, which is kind of strange. I think he might do a proxy.
Is this gonna be like a pious mistake where that mammoth kills them all?
No.
No,
Mafusha's a little bit more clever.
Wow, so very aggressive placements of the fighting pits.
Mafusha has changed his style. He's been doing this. He done this to me the other day. I was not very happy.
Looks like he's struggling for wood a little bit, but as long as he gets those fighting pits up, it's going to be a nice forward position. He just has to be careful that he doesn't get overwhelmed and lose those fighting pits, because they are not cheap investments. And once you get to the Bronze Age, you can't build any more. So, and especially if you're going to do slinger defense, which on a light, needs to get... Dread needs to get his upgrades in. He's got plenty of food for it. Still hasn't gotten the armor or damage upgrades for the respective units.
He hasn't got any extra food either.
Bronick is asking, who is Mafus's opponent? It is Dread. Dread is a...
Doesn't it say at the bottom?
He's a United States player.
Hang on. Why is it not?
And it's not showing up in the bottom here.
Oh, because I pressed enter. Okay. There we go. That should show up.
So Dread is one of the few North American players in the tournament, and I believe Mafusha is a Polish player. Thank you for that. And a lot of fighting pits going up in the middle here. He's looking to really put the pressure on, it seems.
And
blank versus Mafusa PL. You don't even have the name on the stream.
It is
there
now.
We go.
It is now.
It's up.
Magic. I don't think Dread was expecting such an early attack here from Mafusha, and he kind of took his time getting any of that extra food by the looks of it, or he hasn't even got it yet, and he's gonna bottom out if he doesn't get that farm up in time. And let's have a look at how close he is. He's needed there, and he's gone Europe, and he's got no food left. Oh, this is not gonna be good. He won't be able to get any workers upgraded, and the warriors are coming in now as well, so he's gonna have to pull back and defend with what he has, trying to get that extra food there possibly. Gonna go over here and get the food.
I really like the forward bulwarks here from Mafusha because it's denying that wood. And again, slingers, while they might beat the warriors, they literally cannot attack the bulwarks. So that's going to be a nice forward hole in this early game. And he's going to have to build other units if he wants to get rid of those bulwarks. And we see the bulwarks coming in. Yes, Dread has gotten to the Bronze Age early, but I would say almost premature. He has no food eco, and he can't afford to upgrade his villagers and get that farm going. So this might be a little bit of a mistake, and we might see a very early end of this game here, I would imagine, because there is no food income for Dread, and he has no way of accessing it because Mafusha has crushed his opportunities by building that wall of bulwarks and continues to creep in. Absolutely starved. I think this is going to be a quick one, guys.
Bully!
Yeah, he's taking his cows too. This man, he just has to go with what he's got, huh? He's got one thing of fish. He's got one thing of fish above his town hall, but that's it.
He hasn't seen it.
Yeah, this is gonna be an early one. Oh man, I wanted to see a North American player just do pretty good. He's just attacking with all his workers.
Workers are actually pretty good, as we saw earlier with Timon's defense against Krolon's early bulwark attack. Workers in a pinch will definitely clean up bulwarks for you, but not like this.
Worker versus warriors versus slingers versus bulwarks. This is all.
He hasn't even got enough. He hasn't got enough to upgrade one work. Oh, he has got some here. Why did he go over all the way here? He should have used that to make a farm.
He grabbed all that food.
Oh.
He grabbed all the food. He's running back with it.
He's trying to get the free food, but if he builds a farm, which only costs wood, right? So
no, farms cost food, I believe.
For Europe, it costs food.
Oh no.
Later on, it costs food.
They only cost wood, but you need food to upgrade the workers to actually collect the food. So.
Yep, definitely Asia would have been a better choice here. And you still don't even see a temple for Mafusha here. He doesn't really need it. He's got quite a lot of food banked up and still getting some more.
Yeah, I mean, he's still pushing it. But again, I just don't know where he's going to get this food income from. And bulwarks coming in on the temple. It's just a disaster.
Oh, Mafusha's not playing in this tournament. He's not playing around. He's serious. There's one to watch out for. I think this is the right call here.
And, you know, Timon, I think you made a good point in an earlier game that this was the right strategy, and it definitely seems the right strategy. Just don't even bother going to the Bronze Age on such a small map. Just go all in. You know, bulwarks, warriors, put that pressure on. Yep, unfortunately, a bunch of warriors stuck behind a tree.
He's making food.
Yeah, but unless he switches to warriors, which now he's lost his stonecutter as well, so he can't even get slingers. Probably doesn't have the upgrade.
Trying to get that farm up, but it does. I don't see how he comes out of this one.
He didn't get the upgrades for the slingers either.
No damage upgrades. They're going to be super slow to kill units. And slingers already are slow to kill units, which is something that you have to be careful for when you are defending slingers against warriors, even if they're in your base. Slingers will take some time to actually work through warriors, which gives warriors that much more time to actually go and kill villagers. But this is very well played by Mafusha.
Yeah, did he delete that thing yet to get all the warriors that were stuck?
And he built a forward stone cutter for the memes.
He's just trolling him at this point. Wow. Jesus, he went hard into that. Wow.
I mean, to stop a rush like this, you really got to be a high-level player. It's not easy to stop this. Even if you're good, it's gonna get you. You have to be really good to stop this.
Completely agree. And the other thing is that on such small maps, you know, I've made this mistake before in my own 1v1 games, but to not go to the Bronze Age too early, because on these small maps, you lose tempo when you go to the Bronze Age before you build it again. And that is just where being out on the map, being in Stone Age, you can just keep pumping those units much faster, much cheaper, build bulwarks, and that's what you see.
My God, he's worker rushing him.
Wait. Okay, no, he's still got workers at home.
Yeah, but he's worker rushing.
Yeah, he is.
That is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
15
gonna go
work-
steal his food now.
Can he? No, he can't. No, he's just gonna kill the workers. There's no point.
That's gonna do it.
And that's a GG.
Again, map awareness here is, I think, something that we're continuing to find. Not only do you have to be tight on your build orders, having good eco management in this game to be successful, but you also need to be aware of the map that you're on and getting good scouting information and using that to your advantage and pursuing the right strategy here. And clearly, Mafusha picked the right strategy and was able to steamroll his opponent without issue. Very impressive.
He must have, seen like the slingers want, bulwarks, they can't take him, put the bulwarks up front, put the things behind, and you could just rush easy. It was a good gameplay against him. Like, he knew exactly what you had to do.
Right, so we didn't get to see much of Dread, so we're going to watch another game of Dread versus Olvi. So we're going to load that up.
Yeah, Dredd is definitely. I think he's a pretty decent player. I'm still getting acclimated to the current 1v1 scene. I mean, obviously we know, some of the favorites in this tournament as they've, had very strong showings in the past. I think Dredd is, from what I know, is, he's a good player, but he's still working his way up to becoming a little bit more formidable in the tournament scene. So I'm looking forward to see. This is a very different map that will be showing up on the screen in a minute here, and we'll see how Dredd addresses that.
I mean, we've seen good players go down a lot faster like that. I can't remember who it was, but Piton, I want to say versus someone, he
Big Bad Wolf.
absolutely destroyed him. And I know Big Bad Wolf is a known player, like known his name and all that.
Got him by surprise with the proxy pit.
And that's where I think a lot of players can, especially in these group stages, you're only playing one game, and to be able to, if you get the right map and the right timing and the right build, a lot of Stone Age rushers can end games really quickly. Better players, I think the longer the game goes on, it helps them because their experience, their game knowledge, their continued knowledge of what to do in the later games and micro of units is good. But if you learn the Stone Age very well, you can take down even the best players.
Let me do the names before I forget.
Oh my god, it just took me till now, but I was trying to remember who Dredd was. And I remember he plays a lot with Smitch, I believe.
Smitch? I remember that name.
Yeah, he plays a lot of, they play a lot of team games together. I just remembered, I've played them in a few games, and Dredd is quite formidable, from what I remember.
Alright, okay.
Let's
load up the
team
next
games,
one.
definitely different setting and scenario than the 1v1 setting. So we'll see how much of that team game expertise translates to the 1v1
High
scene
level
here.
team games are hard. Very hard to coordinate with everyone.
Yep, it adds a whole nother dynamic that you just don't have in the 1v1 scene. But at least in 1v1, you are the master of your own destiny, and we'll see what happens here in this match. Again, Olvi versus Dredd.
Here we go.
Let's get it
into
going.
Let's do that again. All right. Let's put the names up. It hasn't popped up for some reason, even though it keeps disappearing. I don't know why. That should pop up now. Okay, in the red we have Olvi is a noob versus Dredd in the yellow in the top. And I think this should be a decent game. We have some free food over here. And the iron... You're going to have to travel a little bit for the iron. Guarded by a bulb, but should be able to get past that, no problem. And plenty of trees around and food via sea. Plenty of fishes there in this little corner.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting map here. Okay.
Beaconing going
Looks
on.
like Olby's pointing out. Or somebody's pinging. I think Olby, right?
Yeah,
He's
Olby.
pinging a lot of choke points. So this map has a lot of choke points here, but also not that easy to wall. I mean, if we look at the southwest side, there's a huge shallow water area that's really going to prevent you from walling it up fully. If it were deep sea, then you would have the south side would be pretty easy to wall off. No problem. The northeast side, it looks like there's opportunities to wall, but it's also very difficult terrain to build. A lot of hills on the top right side, and yeah, that's your closest iron, but I suspect we'll probably see players advance to the southwest here to go for the 3 irons that are on their respective extra land masses. Going to be interesting. We might see some interesting plays and interesting surprises with the sea. I think the sea, with its the middle lake here is going to really give you a lot of flexibility in adding another layer of angles that you're attacking with. So that might come into play as well.
Olby labels his warehouse. That's some hardcore stuff right there.
A lot of 1v1s that also look just like this. I notice a lot of people, for some reason, do build their temple on the land bridge, which I would normally never do.
We see
I don't like
Olby
being
going
told.
for the 2 temple strategy.
Yeah, and he should be very careful if he builds his temple in either of these locations because, I mean, I don't know what his scouting, and I wish, one of the things I wish we could see is if they had an accurate fog of war, but I don't know if he's scouted, but he has to know with the symmetry, and probably with what he scouted so far, that Dread in the north is going to have access to that middle lake. And that putting his temple right there could prove to be a little risky. So we'll see if that ends up coming to play. But obviously he does benefit a little bit not having to walk as far, and without good scouting, it's hard to wait to find your best spot. And we're seeing Dread go for a lot of fighting pits here, which I don't know on this map is necessarily the right call.
And they both need to realize that there is 2 pathways to get to the other side. I don't know if they could pass this bit though.
I
Might
think
not
that
be able-
one tree, yeah, there, I think, as well as the tree a little bit lower than it, there's one more that pops right
Because
out.
this is the type of hill where you can't build a naval, which means they might not be able to walk past. This bit you can, because it's
think, yeah.
shallow. So to
So
get
that
there,
seems... I don't know if you can actually get through.
this
You might not be able to.
We'll see. This is a long distance. Oh god.
Yeah, so we can see Olby looks like he's doing a standard, temple first, followed by a stonecutter, and I imagine we'll see 2 fighting pits come up and maybe a few defensive slingers. And we see Dread here. Already we're seeing a big deviation in strategy here. Dread is going for warriors, which, maybe he's feeling, I don't know what order they played these games in, but if he played against Mafusha first, he might be feeling the heat from that last game.
Possibly. This guy's going to have to travel a long way to get to the other side. And we see the temple going up. One more hut. He should be okay for the wood, because he spent a lot of wood on these pits. 5 pits is not cheap.
Philip in the chat wants to know what's your favorite kind of map? And I assume for a 1v1, so Excalibur, Habeebee, do you guys have particular maps? You like these big maps, these ones that go to the long game, or do you prefer the smaller ones like we've been seeing?
I kind of like bigger maps. I like the ability to do water. As you know, I really like to cheese people with ships, so I love when I see water behind someone.
I hate these kind of maps. I prefer it when there's big land. You can attack, use horses, siege. Nice to have your little lake in your side, private. Obviously, you got to scout everywhere else. If you're playing Cheese Wheel Lord, he'll siege you.
Yeah, I love when I see someone with a private lake because they don't expect it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might see
that's
quite a
something
bit
you
of
always
that.
got to consider.
We'll see a lot of that, I think, in this tournament. All right, so he's not going straight in with those few warriors he had. He's piling them up as much as he has. I think he had to sacrifice workers for that. 33 workers there, and Olvi is on 43, of course, because
Wow, whole 10 villager lead. He went temple first, and these are European villagers, no less. He's already upgraded almost half of them. So that's going to be a nice eco advantage for him right here. And the warriors running straight into the middle of the slingers.
Oh,
I think he upgraded them to spears.
he's
Okay, so it's not bad. They might hold up a little bit better here, but again, he really needs to not be fighting slingers. He's invested so many resources in building the warriors and then upgrading them to spears, and they're just dying to cheap 50 food slingers. Excellent defense right there, and a good wall off right here that really kind of forced them down that shallow water choke point.
I don't think he could get past there because there was too many slingers. I think it was the wrong choice of a timing attack on a map like this.
I agree. I think it's too far, and he could have just not invested at all. And he's upgraded them into barracks as well. That's just a lot of wood for, again, I just don't see where those are going to have any use, really, this whole game. Because once you upgrade to medieval age, the slow unit walking time, I mean, that's just a lot of wood investment right there that's not going to yield a lot of benefit. And here we see he's sending forward villagers. We'll have to see what they go to build.
Where are they going?
Looks like they might be going for that iron. It looks like he might have spotted that iron here.
Yes. But the thing is, he's got nothing on trees. He's got 5 workers on trees. These guys over here farming the fish.
Yeah, and they're in his base.
And he's going to be struggling. He can't upgrade any houses. Not that he needs to just yet. He's to pump out them.
And again, the problem here, you have to realize, like, his entire food economy is on hold. And he has to build 100 food archers right now to counter those slingers because the spearmen just won't do it. And right now his economy's in shambles, and this is going to be a huge advantage for Olvi as he looks to probably just tech up behind this again with a more powerful economy, and delaying his opponents even more. He's in a really good spot to just go, tech up. And he's happy to sit here with these slingers in his base, and he's forced the second farm, he forced the walk time, he's killing these archers again that are 100 food per compared to 50 food per for the slingers. It's looking a little difficult for Dread already early on in this match.
Yeah, I don't think Vision Upgrade was the right choice there either, wasting the food on that. And
the opportunity cost, is really big because you want as many European villagers as you can. And I think, I forgot how long the Vision Upgrade is, but it's worth like 2 to 4 villagers. So if you're doing that Vision Upgrade, it should really only be when you're in a comfortable spot with your economy and you're looking to make those forward towers.
Olvi says they couldn't come from the top. There was no access.
And neither of them spotted the iron up top. But yeah, this is just, again, it's just looking like not a very good situation. And I think rather than getting that food upgrade, he should be getting more villagers. And a couple of towers here would also go a long way to stopping those slingers.
Did he wall by any chance? It looks like there's something down there. No, on Dread side. Well, down. Like on the river edge. Oh no, those were just troops. Those are Olvi's troops.
Yep. So,
okay.
And again, he's got 2 farms now, which will help prevent cloggage. Trying to look on the bright side here, but again, if we look, all these forward towers are coming forward now, and he's going to be able to build a forward base of operations. And hey, maybe those barracks are coming into handy now because, well, he's going to be feeling the heat and using them defensively. And looks like Olvi is doing the right thing here, realizing that there is no access to iron. I mean, they do have that iron in the top, but otherwise they really can't get to the middle 2 iron in the northeast. So this is going to be the only iron options that Dread has, and he's going to be starved of that very soon.
More bullying going on with these forward towers.
Oh, he's decided on a wall.
Okay, this could give him time. I think he needs to build another one here, maybe. Yeah.
I think he needs one more. Oh, a lot more.
He's run out of wood.
He's running out of wood. Oh, this is a disaster. He's not going to be able to finish it. And so now what you realize is that all of that wood's invested. If he can't get it closed, then it's for nothing, and it's just a wasted investment of wood that he already doesn't have. He does get it up, though, and that's going to be very helpful for him.
That will help him.
Buying himself to more time.
Hopefully there's no little passageway in the wood line.
Nah, I don't think
so.
It looks really open right there, though, on, like, the water.
Yeah?
No, on the water. Like, look at the water edge and, like, go down to that wall. Looks like you'd sneak right between there.
Yeah, I think it's just graphics. It looks like it appears to be closed. Otherwise, I think Olvi would be walking through right now. and he manages to snipe a Stone Age house, which has low armor, and is actually pretty easily taken care of by European bronze archers. So nice little pickup there for LV as well.
I hope he actually sends some workers over here and uses this instead of wasting wood.
Exactly. You might as well, because one, yep, you've already spent the wood, and two, by actually spreading them out, you avoid as much cloggage. So you get a little bit more of efficient use by having 2 farms, 2 poultry yards. It's a big investment, and not a lot of players do it for that reason. But if you do need a lot of food, and you are right, Habeebee. There's a gap on the west side.
No.
Disaster.
How did he not realize that he could have escaped his workers that way? Now we got spears versus archers, which is not a good...
Olvi is medieval, and again, just the eco advantage was going to pay off. We are 20 minutes in game now, so it is not a surprise that he's gone to medieval at this point, and it's just looking worse and worse for Dread.
Oh man, all those secret ways in.
There's always a gap. Just right-click in their base, and you'll find it.
Now we are going to see a lot of games like this because each group is divided into high level, then medium, then low kind of thing. So there's going to be a lot of games like this coming out, but there will also be a lot of games where, as we saw, Timon versus Krolon, 2 good players.
We're also watching these games for the first time with you all, so we don't know what to expect ourselves. So when we pick a game, it could be over in 10 seconds like we've seen. It could also be over in an hour, which we've fortunately also seen.
It was 10 minutes.
What's that?
Felt like 10 seconds.
We'll fast forward maybe.
What was that game? The Marmalada game that went 13 hours?
No, that was, you mean the 19.5-hour game?
Oh, dude, that was still, dude. I said 13, and you're just like, nah, it was worse. 19 hours.
19.5 hours.
Yep, Philip, definitely. Rule number 2 of war selection, there's always a hole. Yes, I agree. I think there's oftentimes holes that people always miss, and it can be devastating. But what you'll notice that some of the stronger players do is they are very good at building their base, not just with walls and walling off choke points, but also just making it hard. So even if there is a gap, it's very hard for units to move around and get to where the economy is. So, that's what we're going to see here. A lot of idols right now. Looks like he might be
too
we're looking at
confident,
Dred's
isn't
economy
he?
right now, so he's a little wooded out right now, or out of wood, because he's building all these towers, but the towers are by and far paying off, and this game should be over any minute now. Krolon's asking if we can watch his game because he's going to sleep.
Who are you against, Krolon?
Which game would you like, Krolon? You versus who? Let me see those 8 damage archers coming in and making quick work of that temple, and that's GG.
Yeah. By the way, Habeebee.
Krolon, yeah.
Yeah, what was that?
Habeebee, the game you're talking about.
Yes.
19.5 hours. Right?
Yeah, that one.
I was in that.
You watched that game live?
No, I was in it.
Oh,
he was in it to win it for 19 hours.
That was you versus Marmalada?
No, it wasn't Mama, it was Mafusha.
Stanley.
Oh, Mafusa?
Yes.
Looks like Krolon's asking for Krolon versus Stanley. I think that should be a good matchup.
Nice. Do I have that?
Did you send that game in, Krolon?
So Mafusa won that game, right?
Nope.
Oh, you literally just stayed there for all that time?
Yep. I was winning. I was industrial. I had my rangers, like 100 rangers, but they don't shoot the bloody temple. They don't shoot a temple. And I had no
That's
siege.
tough.
He killed my last siege with a siege boat. Or not siege boat, the one that fires really far. And yeah.
Bombardier, yeah. Yeah, I remember watching that game. That was just like, nothing you can do.
Ah, yes, here we go. Here's the replay. It was a good game, though. Until we got there.
It was a funny game, I'll say that.
So much action throughout the whole thing. I mean, I didn't know what to do against all of them trebuchets. But yeah, run out of wood.
Yeah, once again here, I think, common theme as well, especially among, maybe the players who, not necessarily new players by any means, but players who are still working on their game. One of the best things you can do is figuring out the right strategy, it seems like, because the difference in strategy here, twice we saw Dread pick what was arguably the wrong strategic choice for the map that they were on. Choosing to go to the Bronze Age fast on a small map and choosing for Stone Warrior aggression on a big map, right there instantly by picking the right strategy, that's going to help improve your gameplay a lot for those of you who are watching. So definitely having scouts. I know, in some cases we've seen pro players get as many as even 3 scouts, but at least 2 is usually a good one to do. And making use of your scouts, to get that map information, that crucial information to see where your extra resources are, to keep an eye on what your enemy's doing and adjust accordingly.
Timon got 6 scouts against me. And he won. Okay, so Stanley Rose, let me get the names down on there. What colour have we got?
Have they removed the tie thing? Oh, are you talking about where there's not, if there's no activity, no damage being done in the first 10 minutes, they draw the game? I think that is a setting that you can remove actually in private matches, so we won't have any issue for the tournament with that. But yes, Philip, I believe you're correct. If you are in an open ladder game in the 1v1 queue, that if a certain amount of damage doesn't happen by X minute in game, they do end the game in a draw.
20 minutes usually. However, me and Timon, why is it always me and Timon? We're in a naval map. We decided to draw. It took 50 minutes. For some reason, there was a bug. That was a waste of an evening. Right, okay. Ready for the next one? Let's start this up. Alright, here we go. In the yellow on the top, we have Krolon 4. And he'll be up against Sir Stanley Rose in the red, in the south. Of this huge map. This is the type of map I like. This is my kind of map. Lovely. Got some fish. Got your 10k stone. Got a mammoth at the back. And a huge tree line, which might actually be a dangerous tree line because they could come and put some towers down behind it, and that's going to hurt quite a bit. Another iron over here, not too bad. I mean, defense wise, you probably want to build across here if you can eventually. And let's see, over here it's the same thing because it's mirror mapped. Here we go, getting that warehouse for this iron and the fish by the looks of it. Good map awareness by Krolon there. Didn't rush to get that warehouse for the berries. However, this warehouse kills 2 birds with 1 stone, getting it onto that tree line, which is nice.
Yep, and someone was saying earlier, what's your favorite type of map? I would say maps that most resemble this, because you've got plenty of resources around. You're definitely gonna have to leave your base at some point, but there's good starting resources, good resources. You got your own private lake. It's open enough that if you want to play aggressive early, you can do it, and it's also closed enough that if you want to play some defense and get to that medieval age, there's option as well, with plenty of room to potentially wall off and stay in your base for some time. But I think you made a very good point. If you do decide to stay in your base here, you got to be careful with that wood line, because while it's a big one, you can easily chop through it, and then also your opponents can put towers on the other side and start whittling away at your main source of wood. So I think it will probably be a good idea to either strat, but you got to be mindful of the consequences of making such a decision. And so here we see Krolon taking advantage of the fish, which is really good. And starting to move out into the map.
Where are you going, buddy? Oh, okay. There, here we go. He's making that wall across there. That's nice. Maybe, of course, over here, across here would have been a bit dangerous with the mammoths there. So this is nice. Let's see that. Yep, 3 pits and some houses. That should. I was just about to say I kind of stopped using stones and irons as part of the wall because archers can come and just snipe your workers. This is like I think going to be the next thing coming up. Just going around that forward iron just so that you can protect them workers a bit better. What is going on here? I think they're lost.
Looks like Krolon's advancing on the map here. Can we check if he got his fur shoes upgrade? If you're going to do something like this, yep, he does. And so I think that's important before, if you're going to move your villagers out on the map, 1, so they don't take as much damage from animals along the way, but 2, you're maximizing your efficiency and your time. If they're moving slower, the opportunity cost of not having them gather resources is even more. So get that he got his first shoes, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some early aggression here. Likely, I imagine, some bulwarks. You know, typically when you rush villagers forward like this, you're going to see some early bulwarks here.
And Stenley Rose has gone for an early temple, so this attack might actually do quite a bit of damage. So confusing when that happens. I have no idea where we are in the map. Alright, right, let's not go too near that. Don't go too near that mammoth. Nicely done. Okay, from the back of the base, he sees it. Slingers are heading down.
And I don't know if he thought about this, but when you realize that maps are symmetrical, and here comes the influx of villagers to try to stop this, but he did a good job. He's already got up a lot of bulwarks. He's going to hopefully get some kills here. The European villagers are actually, and slingers are sniping, and he's going to have to retreat, but we'll see how many villagers this ends up killing. But when you look at symmetrical maps, if you haven't scouted your opponent's base that well, just scout your own base, because you know that the opponent has the same. So I don't know if this was something known to Krolon. Maybe we can ask him in the chat here, but did you know that there would be an opening in the back by looking at your own base and seeing that there's a back opening in your own back line? So villagers are being slaughtered here. It looked like a good defense, but now he had to walk back through the bulwarks to get around to his base timely. I probably would have just upgraded some of them and built a forward workshop to avoid it, but
I think he was better off killing all these bulwarks with those workers, because he's about to lose that stone cutter, and we know what happens when you lose that stone cutter, especially if you're Europe.
To your best unit. Slingers are such an important unit for Europe in the early transition to Bronze Age because they can train quickly. And he's back with 3 more villagers building some more. Oh, it's not looking good. Krolon is behind in age, but he's putting a lot of damage and pressure on. So I would say he's
dragging the mammoth right in.
Oh, and that was a great drag, and now the mammoth is in his base, and well, it looks like
it looks like the bulwarks are helping out.
The bulwarks are helping out. He should have focused them onto a house to leave that bulwark. You know, would have been the next step there. But that was an excellent play by Krolon, dragging it in. Fortunately, it didn't last as long as he would have liked. And Sir Senley Rose getting a couple of warriors, which is probably the best choice that you can do right now, given that you have no bulwark. They don't have their damage upgrades, so they're going to be a little bit less effective here, but overall a cheap option. Again, because they're cheaper than spears, they're going to be able to clean up those bulwarks in the most cost-effective way possible for you. So how is Krolon followed up behind this? Now that his forward base is done, he's behind in tech, but you know, looks like he's catching up pretty quickly.
He's got the same amount of workers, roughly, and I mean,
how many is he down to?
Yeah, what was the impact of the village?
44 workers for Krolon, and 46.
46. So it looks like because he didn't, well, we have to account for the fact that Krolon did lose 6 or 7 of his own villagers with sending them over here. So that's probably why, you know, he's not doing as poorly as we thought on the villager front. So
well, he did kill some workers and made them lose time mining, so it evens out. And just puts you in an uncomfortable position when somebody does that. It really messes up your flow of the game. And he's already back with slingers. And now he's having to fight with rubbish warriors which haven't even been upgraded. But the archers are coming out. Should be able to defend this off. Such aggressive play.
Yep, Tercios, it is a $1,000 prize pool, and that is thanks to one of the casters today, who is our sponsor, Habeebee. So you can thank him
Hey, how
personally.
you doing, Tercio? Tercios, is that how it's pronounced?
Looks like we've got some slingers coming into the base here. Hopefully they can pick off some villagers. Again, this is a great trade because European villagers are slower to train and harder to replace than their Asian counterparts. So if he gets a couple of picks here, it'll be worth it. It looks like he's got 2. If he can get 3, he got 3.
He needs to catch up with his food economy there, although Krolon isn't doing too great on food either, so not too bad. We've got
Sir
one
Stanley
boat,
Rose is
2
already getting
boats.
fishing ships. Yep. How's Krolon? Krolon is not getting any fishing economy yet. And again, I think it's so important because in War Selection, unlike a lot of other games, you can only make villagers from your temple until you get to IR. So in the early game, being able to make extra economic units, your only option is to do it with a dock. So that essentially doubles your production. Now, yes, fishing ships are only able to help you out in the food front, and if you don't want that much food, well, then you can rotate some of your farming villagers off into other resources, and it's as if you trained extra wood villagers if you do that. So I think, again, Sir Stanley Rose here is going to see a big economic boom over Krolon right now because he chose to go for those fishing ships. Here we see some horsemen coming out from Stanley Rose. One of the common strategies as well, and this seems to be meta, is sending a couple of horsemen out to see if they can raid. Their high mobility makes them pretty effective. They're nice and tanky, and he's going to go and look and see if he can poke anywhere. There's an unfinished house, and he knows that he breaks in, and he's going to pick up these villagers. Okay, decides the archers are too close, so he's going to keep going to the base. Nope, he can't make up his mind.
Upgrade that tower.
He might get a couple of picks here. Idling the food economy did get a couple of picks. And overall, I'd say those horses probably, were worth it. They kept Krolon's archers army in his base. They caught a couple of villager picks, and they idled a couple of units as well as destroyed a house. So, I would say they probably earned their value and then some.
I mean, Krolon...
I don't know, man. It looks like he only got like 2 kills, and he destroyed an unfinished house. I'm not sure if that's...
No, yeah. I
you
mean,
do lose...
He's still ahead on workers.
What is it, 40%? 40% of the cost goes down when you place the building, I think, something like that.
He was preparing for the horses. He got the wall up here, but he just didn't finish the walls and up here.
Do you not get the cost back if you delete the building?
If you delete the building, you should get it. No, I don't think you do, actually. I don't think you get what you placed.
If it's finished, no. If it's not finished, then you get your money back.
Right. So if he was able to delete it, he would get the wood back here. But
it was
now
destroyed, so.
Yeah.
It was destroyed, so he didn't get it back. So now we're seeing the what we see is the common strategy, and it looks like a couple of spearmen. It looks like heavy European spearmen coming out from Krolon. Is that? Yep. Again, I'm not sure. They definitely have their place, but we'll have to see how effective they are. It might be better to just go for more archers because you avoid spending that iron, and again, you avoid spending that wood. Both crucial resources to the European economy, both to get those economic upgrades, upgrade your buildings, and we see Krolon. Both players are starting to move out onto the map as they exhaust their home base resources and look to secure their extra irons. So we can see.
Do you see what's happening here? He knows about the tree line. He's even put a tower here. He's standing in front. He knows he does not want him to start tearing up behind this tree line. We've seen some
that's
high
what
level
Exactly. That's just that next level that these, some of these better players are always thinking about. They're forward thinking, and we were talking about that early in the game. You pointed it out, Excalibur, and it's easier for us to see when we get, ultimately see the map and we get to sit here and analyze it. But to be able to do that in real time while you're also managing your economy and doing all these other things, 1,000 things are going on in your head at once. So to be able to have that foresight to realize, hey, I'm sitting in my base and I want to make sure that those defensive towers don't go up, those archers don't go up on my wood line. He's already doing that. So great play by Sir Enley here.
And Stanley Rose did get to...
Enley, excuse me.
He did get to medieval before Krolon. So not too bad here. He's playing very, very well, considering how much aggression was from Krolon from the start.
And as you can see, though, too, his food economy is incredible. So as long as he can transition a little bit more into wood to get those houses up to take full advantage of the extra population space, because he already has the population upgrade coming through. An archer and horseman heavy army here, he's going to be outproduced his opponent very easily. And again, it's because of those fishing ships. We see that Krolon just doesn't have the same food. He does have his population upgrade already, and it looks like he actually has pretty good wood economy because he's already been able to upgrade most of his houses. But in pound for pound, these are very food heavy armies right now. We're probably going to see a little bit better production as long as he can convert the buildings into production here. A better army composition from Sir Stanley Rose.
And I
Damn,
love
Wacho,
this.
you talk fast. You ever thought about being an auctioneer? That was very fast, by the way.
So, I also
Gotta get a
love
lot
this.
in.
Yeah, you got a lot in a short time.
This is getting the stone that's outside his base, where he's got 2 stones already inside his base, but he's getting that stone outside just to be thinking ahead, just in case he gets overwhelmed. Here, not too bad. Here we go. This is the big push coming from Krolon now. He's maxed out 150 pop. I mean, that's a brilliant play. I mean, he got to medieval and straight away he's at 150 pop. Oh, got rammed.
So we got a ram coming out here, and I wonder if that's not to at least, soak up some of that archer fire. We'll see. The only deviation in strategy here, and we're going to see this a lot in the tournament, is this East Europe, but here the deviation is, it looks like Krolon's opted for some spearmen, whereas we're seeing some rams coming out of Sir Stanley, and yep, some archers being caught. But you got to be careful with your building placement. It'll happen more often than you think. And wow, those spearmen looks like they're really paying off, and it was a good call right now. They are cleaning up those archers right now and soaking all that fire up, and a huge push is coming from Krolon right now. It's looking pretty scary for Sir Stanley.
Catapult was not even worth the money.
No, and these forward production buildings, if he's not careful, are going to get cleaned up, and that's just wood that you're going to have to replace. Now, he does got plenty of wood in the bank, but you'd rather be using that towards building catapults and upgrading houses and things like that. Looks like he's got all of his houses upgraded, but this is a really good momentum right now because there are no catapults to return the favor from Sir Stanley.
Oof, this
And
is
he
a
calls the
good-
GG. Wow.
Oh, what happened?
He called the GG?
Oh! He didn't see it. He didn't see it. And he lost a lot of workers there. So a quick look how many workers he lost. He's down to 50. Against 70, yeah. He lost quite a few there. Six on that one. 2, 3. Yeah.
It's interesting. So he had how many production buildings here? So he had a lot of stables, and the thing is, the stables are good for raiding, and especially when you want to make that Cossacks transition, right? On open maps, Cossacks can be absolutely devastating. Picking off any villagers who are on the open map and mining, they'll clean them up pretty quickly. But those stables, the production time on those units are so slow. So here we're seeing that he only had, those 2 barracks just got built. So really you're producing out of 4 barracks here, and that's not allowing you, or 3 barracks, 4 barracks, 4 or 5 barracks here, It's hard to say. It's hard to say what went wrong here for Sir Stanley because he had a lot of economy behind this. It just wasn't able to get the units out on the map.
I think he could have stayed in a little bit longer. He had the food to try and push this back. Plus the
I definitely
militiamen.
agree. And losing those forward production buildings is extremely difficult. So by building those forward without securing the ground first, it's definitely a tough spot for him.
And he did have this wood over here, so I mean, it wasn't the 50 workers. You could come back a little bit. He'll learn. He'll learn. Next time he'll stay in the game a bit longer. So in this group, Timon beat Krolon. Krolon beat Sir Stanley Rose. Not too bad. Some good players
So
in this
Timon says that Stanley places tower inside the wood line, and Timon places it outside, like in a tank shot game that is on YouTube. So there's definitely certain benefits of placing your tower on the outside of the wood line. There are also certain risks, right? Because when it's behind your wood line, well, unless they have catapults, which you've got bigger problems at that point, they're going to have a much harder time removing that tower. Whereas if if it's on the outside, it's a little bit more exposed. So it definitely gives you better defense, but pros and cons here.
If you waste time trying to kill the towers here with catapults, that means you're not pushing 100% here, and that means you have less units. So he'd been able to overwhelm him and it'll just give them time to come over here and protect this wood line.
Right.
So that's something to note for everyone, including me. Alright.
Otherwise,
Oh my god, do you see that in chat? Because of Wacho, I was checking my YouTube video speed. Make sure it's not 1.5.
yep. When we get excited, we're talking fast. Got a lot.
We got
to say
some
and the
foreign-
action's happening quick.
What viewers? This English isn't that great. Trying to translate.
Keep that in mind for the
and
next
keep up.
game.
Alright, let's see who we gonna have next. We haven't had any big bad wolf.
Might be a good one to watch.
Who won between Rorido and Pius? It was Rorido, wasn't it?
Sorry, say that again.
Who won between Pius and Rorido 50?
Rolodo, right? Where he sniped the stonecutter, and then Pius called it GG right away.
All right, let's see.
Which we thought was debatable on whether or not was the right call. He might have called a little bit early. But losing that stonecutter is definitely painful, especially when you're Europe and you're relying on those slingers for that early defense before you can get your full archer army going. All right, Krolon, thanks for providing some excellent games. It was fun to watch you, and have a good night, man.
He's one to watch definitely in this tournament.
Timon wants to do Timon versus Stenley. I think we can definitely put that in the queue.
Oh, okay. It's Timon versus
Since we already got the big bad wolf game up, we can switch now if you want. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to do
Should we
Timon's
switch?
game if you want. I think we should watch both of them, so both of them should be good watches.
All right. Have you sent me that game, Timon? No, you haven't even sent me the replay. Send me the replay. Now, do it. Good night, Phil.
Stanley sent the game, apparently. Good night, Phil.
Oh,
Thanks for
Stanley
watching.
sent it. All right, okay, let's have a look.
Cyber wants his games watched. I think, we're looking for, some matches that might be a
Here we go.
bit more evenly matched, Cyber. I don't know who's in your group, but, given Cyber's success in the last tournament, I can imagine the group stages he's probably doing pretty well, but I don't want to assume here.
Tell you, once we get into the brackets, best of threes to start off with, then best of fives, then best of seven.
Yep, and those for you watching, right now we're in the group stages where every player plays each other one time. There's how many groups of 6, but number of groups of 6 here, and the top 2 players from each group will rise above and make it to the knockout rounds where they will play in a 16-person bracket, and from there the games are only going to get that much more exciting. So definitely keep tuning in. The playoffs will start next week, after next week.
Names, what the colors we've got. Okay. All right, here we go. Straight into the next game we go now. Let's get the colors in. Okay, in the south we have Timon in the red, and in the north against him will be Sir Stanley Rose in the yellow. Why are you beaconing? Because yeah, look, he spotted the little rocks, and he knows exactly where he is.
So a number of things that pro players will do is that if you look, you can figure out what kind of symmetry you have and where your opponent should be positioned based off of looking at the edge of the map, and if you can see hills or in this case, very obvious marker here, 2 little mini hills, very noticeable, and you just have to find that on the opposite side of the map, and where you see it repeating, now you know how the symmetry is angled, and you can position or ideate where your opponent is located.
Another great map.
I think this map looked excellent. Another, yep, plenty. Everyone's got their private fishing, and hopefully we'll see both players use it, because I think Sir Stanley Rose definitely had a much better economy overall. He just couldn't get the momentum going there in that last game, but he had a great economy, and I think that was partly fueled by the fishing eco that he was able to build up here.
My bad, Philip. You're with us all the way, aren't you? Right, let's have a look. We have found some fish. Timon always finds extra food. And over here says Steady Rose has actually captured the deer first, so not too bad. He hasn't spotted that fish yet. Oh, he has. He's just waiting to get that. Eventually, small tree line into a big tree line, not too bad. And then they're gonna have to probably migrate over here, and be nice to migrate over here. Got the iron nice and safe inside the base. That's not too bad. Nice wall up here by Timon. So Stanley Rose didn't recognize exactly how the map is, so he's just building his wall here, but this should still be fine because it's going to cover this whole area. Beautiful warehouse. Do we see another?
It's going to be interesting again, seeing how these players again deal with map control, because once again it's a resource rich map, but we've seen time and time again the aggressor, the person who's been able to get out onto the map and start pressuring the opponent's extra secondary iron and wood resources is usually the one who ends up taking the game. So we've yet to see opponents who have, or players who have stayed in their base. Yep. So here we can see, as we're pointing out on screen here, the warehouse placement is not as strong by Timon as it was for Sir Stanley. Sir Stanley found that nice little pocket there, which gives him that nice, beautiful arc and maximizes the, or minimizes the walking time for the most number of villagers. So that's going to give him a little bit of a boost there.
Timon, what are you up to?
We'll appreciate you staying with us. And yep, Timon's sending out a whole bunch of villagers. And as we can see here, they're walking pretty slowly, so no fur shoes have come in. Again, we talked a little bit earlier about this, but I think it is probably a good idea to try to get the fur shoes upgrade. Now, you are sacrificing 2 villagers for it, but the walking time will get you there that much faster. And actually, the fur shoes did come in, so now you can see moving much faster on the map here. Going to be able to dodge those animals and going to be able to get to Sir Stanley's base that much quicker.
What time is it where you are, Philip? Here we go. What shenanigans is Timon gonna be up to? Trying to dodge some animals. Now, is there any preparation here by Sir Stanley Rose? Again, he's being abused from the beginning of the game. No one's giving him a chance to just play a normal game, but this is a tournament, so... Oh, we got some pits. What we got? We got some sling upgrades.
This is bad walking time. All right, he's relocating him. He's not. He needs to move these guys off and put them onto this beautiful wood line that he has.
And the berries.
Maybe build a second warehouse. And the berries, he's not getting that either. We'll have to see what those forward villagers do after they're done building their pits. He's got plenty of wood in the bank, and they're going out, but I don't know if he spotted that alligator that's going to be he's going to have to kite that away. You do not want to fight any alligators with melee units, because they're going to just crush them. And oh, here he goes. I don't know if he's caught that. He's microing with slingers up front. He's putting great pressure on this to Stanley, but if he loses those villagers to the alligator, might not, the alligator's going to be the MVP of this match right here. Good pressure coming in though, and the gap is devastating for Sir Stenley.
Should have closed the gap against the Stingers. You're all right to close that gap. Oh, we got bulwarks in his base. And that's taken down. That's not too.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, it's not looking good. This is a great forward position, a nice timing, hitting him at well before 8 minutes, about the 7-minute mark, which is pretty much perfect if you're going to do this kind of build.
If he transitions to Maceman, it's GG right here. I think it already is GG.
I think it's already GG. Yep.
Okay, so I think
And then
the mindset there was he didn't see any pits, so he thought, oh right, okay, I'll go for horses, not realizing that this
pits
was
were
here.
forward. Yeah, that was a great decision, and I think even if you didn't see the pits, going for 4 stables early is a pretty greedy play. You know, again, the production speed of building those horses is very slow, so getting up enough of them, you know, early on. Once it gets going, you know, that's some great horseman production, which are a strong unit, but right at the outset, building 4 stables is not going to give you much return for those first couple of minutes, which
Fastest
in this
game
case,
of the
proved to be
tournament, Timon says. Is that 9 minutes? Nice. Okay.
well played.
Was that-
Did those villagers survive from the alligator before you exit out? No, the alligator
Yes!
won. Or no, he moved them away. He's got 3 of them up there. Those might be new, but
6 kills.
Question: was that the fastest game, or did Dread make it only 7?
I think the game was over fastest in the Dread versus Mafusha game, but this game I think ended
dragged it
maybe
out.
the fastest, like officially.
Yeah.
You know, Dread didn't quit, so you know he dragged it out exactly.
It was over
Yeah.
when he didn't have any food to upgrade his workers, basically. But this was and this was a bigger map as well, so not badly played. Even got that hut over there.
Yeah.
Another bully.
We should put the bully bracket together. Everyone who bullied someone has to fight another bully.
It's gonna come. It's gonna come. All right. Who are we gonna play before? Oh yeah, Big Bad Wolf.
Big Bad Wolf. Well played, Timon. Yep. I think given the size as well as Excalibur just pointed out, that was extremely fast for how much ground you had to cover.
And now that the slingers are actually building quicker, it's worth doing that kind of strategy to just come out so much quicker. Especially if the opponent's not ready, you're in trouble.
Timon's out here speed running war selection.
So that's 2 wins for Timon by the looks of it. He is the champion of his group, so I would expect nothing less than the champs. All right. Okay, next game. Let's go. Got chocolate in my mouth. 1 second. All right, here we go. In the yellow, we have Rorodo 50 versus Big Bad Wolf in the red on the left side in red. Spawning next to a hill. There's a gap there. Iron there. Decent tree line with defense. What a horrible spawn. Got some cows. Nice, that's not too bad. Some fish you can get as well. You can squeeze some workers in there to get that. So not too bad. Possibly get the warehouse here for the wood and cows at the same time.
This will be interesting to see how they play this one, and we know that Rolado is very capable of, or Rorodu, very capable of doing an early aggressive play here, and I think Big Bad Wolf, if I remember about him correctly, is as well. So we might see some early aggression from both players if they're able to scout out their opponents. The distance is not that big. Although obviously we've seen that distance is no match for that of Timon's aggressive forward base building, so aggression always you need to be on the lookout for. But here, this is a very open map, and we might see a lot of early fighting, so we'll have to see how they decide to play this one.
So it's the first game we're seeing from the Big Bad Wolf. Let's see what kind of style he plays. Where's he going?
He's a favorite of mine.
Ah.
Sponsor favorite here. Favorite to win or just favorite?
He's one of my favorite players to watch. You've tracked a boar. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's just fine. He's got plenty of workers there to deal with that, and that's just extra food. Is he going to micro it? Oh dear.
Oh.
Oh dear.
So actually, I think when you have one boar, it's actually quite nice because you can easily, with five villagers, you can easily micro it out and not lose that much health on them, and it's just extra food, as you were saying. So nice little pickup there, moving out into the map, and again, good scouting by Rorodu because he is able to now get an extra food boost. And it looks like we're seeing a little bit of the same coming out of Big Bad Wolf on his north side, but not nearly as much food as those cows are going to provide.
No, where are the pits? Where are the pits? We're not seeing any pits.
Is he pushing forward any workers?
I think we see warriors coming across. Is that warriors coming across the map right now? How would I miss it? There's something. Nope, just a scout up north.
I think it's 2 scouts. You got one up north and one down south.
Oh, there they are. There's the warriors. So we are seeing some warriors come out here. Looks like they're going to be clearing up some of these hostile animals to the north here.
Ooh, that's a bit. That's a lot of animals.
And I'm not entirely sure if that was the right decision here because they were kind of out of the way. I think he could have avoided those, and he might have had more production out of them, sending them over to the enemy's base a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, I agree. Because with warriors, you need to move out fast. Wasting time killing animals is not something you want to do.
No, really, the only time you see it is if they're killing cows on the way there. That's it. Oh, so Big Bad Wolf is really committing to the early Stone Age aggression here.
Okay, but we do have a nice tight base from Rorodo, so he should be able to defend this off. But there is a gap across this.
There's always a gap. Plenty of bulwarks, though. We're gonna have to see though, because he only has 2 pits, so he's not gonna have that many slingers to deal with this. He did manage to get up a lot of bulwarks, but he's probably, I imagine, low on resources. No, he's got plenty of resources in the bank, so he should handle this quite well. As long as he doesn't lose too many villagers here.
Like you said, rule 2 of war selection, there's always a gap.
Well, that gap was already there. He just forgot to. He hasn't got any.
There's always a gap.
Habeebee, Timon says that he should be your favorite buddy.
No, you're a bully, Timon.
Well, I don't think, don't speak too soon because look how much Big Bad Wolf's going in on this aggression here. He's definitely trying to bully, why am I drawing a blank on the name right now? Who's on our right side? Our lime green player here. Rorodo. Coming in with the Maceman here, but the Slingers and the Bulwarks are going to make quick work of that, so going to have to get a few more Slingers up of his own to help, take those out or build a bigger mass.
I like
Timon
the defense
would be
so
my
far.
favorite bully.
Trying to work on that stone cutter here, which is going to be crucial. If he can take that out, that's going to be a big deal. And Maceman, get the stone cutter. So Rorodo is going to be out of slingers. Is he building any other production buildings behind this? I have to imagine he is. He's trying to build archery ranges, and he went Asia, which is an interesting decision here.
Hand rams, maybe?
There you go. There's a temper. Both gone
He
Asia.
does have a big tech up advantage, but the pressure is really on. If Rorodo can clear out the majority of this base, he won't get to the eco, but he can destroy a lot of houses here, and that's going to be extremely helpful in slowing down his opponent.
I like the strategy Big Bad Wolf's used so far, starting off with the warriors and then switching with the front base to the macemen and slingers. It was good. It was good. Just puts you off your game. But you know what? Rorodo's defense has been pretty solid, getting all these bulwarks up and moving over his whole base to this area here where there's lots of trees and that iron. And he is ahead in tech.
Yep.
Just needs to get them archers up and running.
He's creating.
And as we can see here, Big Bad Wolf is, this mammoth's helping him out, but he is struggling for the food production here. And now we see a counterattack. He's not able to keep making those macemen and making those slingers. He's going to be struggling for the food because he just got up. He's got his poultry yard up now, but there's definitely a delay there because he wasn't able to get that much extra food here to keep him going until he transitioned to the poultry yard.
And he forwarded his temple, so that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, his temple is very exposed.
It doesn't matter so much now. They don't really get sniped as much as they used to.
Yeah, I completely agree. The sniping of temples doesn't really happen as much. However, it might become an issue if we get into a long siege situation. Creeping ever closer here. But so far, it seems like they're kind of at a standstill. A decent push, still putting pressure on, but it seems like there's going to be a lull here in any real progress.
Habeebee, your favourite's going down. He's behind. He hasn't even got his population upgrade. Roro already nearly at 90 pop. Army chasing him away.
Hey, I said he was a favorite, not my favorite. My favorite's that new guy, that Wacho guy.
Everyone playing proxy racks, so annoying. Yeah, proxy racks definitely seems to be a common, one of the other common strategies here that's being employed, and this is a bad fight for Rorodu here because you do not want to be trading your archers. Can we see how much those archers cost out of Asia again? I don't think it's quite the 100 food that the European
60.
archer is. 60 food. So they actually are, they're much worse. They're weaker than slingers. But at least you're not, necessarily trading 100 food for 50 food like you would if you had those European archers going. But that being said...
Are those archers weaker than slingers, the Asian?
They both do 10 damage.
What does the slinger do?
10 damage.
Wow, okay.
And slingers are more accurate with a 5% spread versus 6%.
That's just silly, isn't it, really?
So interestingly enough here, I actually think what would be really smart for Big Bad Wolf in this situation is to go ahead and clean up those houses in the north. There's only a couple of towers there, and I would say that, with a couple of macemen, he would be able to clean up those towers and then supply block Rorodu big time. But instead he's playing right into the archers, and Rorodu's got his economy well protected. Move down in the south.
Not looking good for the Big Bad Wolf at the moment. His economy's not great. He has got his population upgrade. He hasn't got the wood to even get all his houses upgraded just yet. And he's being pushed back.
Too much commitment.
Yep, and I think also the fact that Rorodo sent some archers as well, that didn't help because he damaged his food eco as well.
And the problem was when you commit that hard into a proxy racks or proxy base that forward, and you're going to build macemen, you're going to commit to all those slingers, you have to find the extra food on the map to keep you going at full speed until you get the poultry yard. He ran out of food while he transitioned and subsequently lost all the momentum that he had, and because of that, Rorodu's better setup economy. He got to the Iron or Bronze Age earlier. He's already going on his way to medieval here now. You just lose all that momentum and now you're behind. So if you're going to commit that hard, you better find that food so you can keep making those units because there really was a lapse in production for him. And because of that, Rorodu was able to sit back, get his production buildings up, and now he's full producing on 6 ranges and going to have no problem defending anything that Big Bad Wolf sends to him that comprises the Stone Age army.
7.
7.
Now the thing
Yeah.
is,
Jesse Mendez saying, "Big bad oof."
the thing is, Rodo's doubling his workers at the moment. He's got over 60 workers versus just over 30 workers. Now, if Big Bad Wolf could just manage to max out, he'll have a bigger army, much bigger army. And actually might even be able to get some macemen in here and start taking down some of these shooting ranges, because also the fact that there is a timer. He can't continuously build up archers, but he has got his heavy archers now, so that's going to help him defend. And we do see some coming out now as well.
Now
Ooh,
we
we
have
see
West
West.
Asia. The first time we're seeing West Asia, and maybe not, one of the many times we'll see it, but exciting to see here, and we'll see what he opts to go for.
Hey, you called it. He's bringing the Maceman, but it's going to be too late.
Yep, he hasn't got the army. He needed to max out before he brought the macemen in, and I think you were right. He
now
should have
he's
taken.
switching.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
right.
Because the thing is you're now, because the benefit here is that you're fighting also closer to your production buildings and farther from Rorodu. So those slingers, which trade better, they won't trade better against the heavy archers, but they would have traded better in the Bronze Age against the regular archers. You would be able to put a lot more pressure on the houses up here and kind of get rid of those. And I think there's not enough towers for them to really be a threat against a nice little massive maceman, but too little, too late. The heavy archers are here, and they're going to clean up shop.
And we're
Don't
still
put-
in Bronze Age, of course, because we still got the Stone Age pits.
Big Bad Wolf was a favorite. What are you doing?
See,
Can
doesn't
we check
always
on
work
Rorodu?
out to
Does
get
he
a
have the population
proxy.
upgrade yet?
He should have it by now. Yeah, he had it a while ago now, because he's already started
Yep, and he's
building.
got a beautiful food economy. Yep, and Big Bad Wolf calls it GG. Yeah, 2 population upgrades ahead, Jesse. So, yes.
See, it can
and
be
finished the game
defeated.
at 120
Can be
pop.
defeated. And you know what? Rodo played that perfectly, and that's 2
I
wins.
know.
for him.
Rorodu's- he is playing really well. We've seen him in 2 games now. I know it's only the group stages, but Big Bad Wolf is by no means a weak opponent. So that was impressive play from him. He played that very well. I was happy to see Asia. So, and going into West Asia, Chad play West Asia.
Where is Rorodu from?
I think he's French, is what some players are saying.
Yeah, he's French. He's got FR on his name.
Rorodu is a very good ranked player. Give me hard time many times. Yeah, Marmalade is saying that Rorodu is a very good player. So, yeah, I think he's going to be someone to look out for based off of what we've seen so far. I know very early in the stages, but if he makes out of the group stage, we'll have to keep an eye on him because he's going to be someone to be reckoned with for sure in those knockout rounds if he makes it.
Don't forget, he lost his stonecutter from the beginning, which is a horrible thing to lose, and he still managed to bring it back. I mean, it's the fact that his thinking was very quick. He got the shooting ranges up as soon as he can.
It's something that was subtle here.
Got this
but I
area.
think shouldn't be overlooked. Is he was able to rotate his base far south, like move his economy, build south. Like, yes, his houses are exposed, and I think that should have been exploited by Big Bad Wolf. But as you can see here, like his economy is so much more defensible and close to a lot of resource-rich areas. Whereas you look at Big Bad Wolf's temple, and you only have wood and iron, and it's very exposed, very open. There's a big walking time if you want to send your villagers anywhere else. Whereas, Rorodu was able to find a beautiful little pocket if you just move slightly further south, and he's got just a great economy and a great base. This is a beautiful pocket that he rotated down into.
Beautiful. Okay. Big Bad Wolf.
I'll be keeping an eye out for him. He's really good.
Yeah. He's got 2 wins in the groups. I think he's going to go through to the brackets so far, from what I've seen. Who was the... Yeah, and I think Big Bad Wolf was the top player in his group. So that's not too bad, is it? That is not too bad.
It's definitely a good win for Rorodu to have.
Yes.
All right, so another game.
Another game. All right, let's watch another Big Bad Wolf game. Let's see if he can redeem himself, since he is the top player of the group. And he'll be up against Pius.
So our last game that we saw with Pius, oh, what a crazy map. Pius did not do well against the early aggression from Rorodu, so I imagine, especially given the map, which everyone will see in a moment here, but looks like get ready for an early aggression map. We got a small one coming for you. Leo, what's your username for the tournament?
Who are you talking to?
Someone in the chat asked if we saw his game.
Leo
Not
Rio,
sure.
we have not done your game just yet. I can't, didn't you play Leo Rio? Is he in your group? I can't remember. Have I got a game from him? Oh yes, Cheese Wheel Lord. We have a game. Yeah.
Maybe we'll put that on the queue then, yeah?
How many games do you want to watch tonight? Gonna run out of games to watch, but I'm happy to go for a little bit longer.
Sure. Yep. I'm good to go because it's not nearly as late for me as it is for you. So, however long you want to watch.
What time is it for you, Excalibur?
10:30.
Philip, the official rules for Jokers are only if it's an island map.
And I think you could choose to play a naval map if you do want to, but
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I think so Marmalada, when we played, we started with the map. We thought it was an island map, but even if it wasn't, I think we both agreed that just given the map that we didn't want to play it. So, if both players decide that they don't want to, play a certain map, I think that's fine. But the rule though is that if at least one player wants to play, and it's not an island map, well then you've got to play it.
Yes. Right. Oh, what's this? Price using my strategy, huh? Okay, here we go. Right, let's get into the next game. Alright, here we go. As I was saying, he's doing my new strat. You get the one worker, footsie, and then you get 5 workers and a scout, and then the rest workers. And that actually, I think, is working for me quite well so far. So anyway, in this matchup, we have, in the red, we have Pius on the left side, and in the yellow, we do have Big Bad Wolf again in the yellow. And this is a very, 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 very small map.
Early aggression. There's only 2 irons on the map, and they're both in the middle, so this game is going to end quick whether they like it or not. Actually, sorry, 3 irons. You've got 1 for yourself. Still very exposed. It is a 10K. The only other iron is in the dead center of the map, and we're going to have to see if you want to go iron at all. You're going to have to take control of the center of the map. And interesting, though, I want to talk briefly more. Pius was doing it, right? Building 1 villager, forgoing the house, getting the warehouse, and then getting for shoes. I don't know what the numbers are, right? And it's 2 villagers, but getting for shoes is like getting wheelbarrow. For those people who have played Age of Empires, we know that wheelbarrow is a very powerful economy move because it improves the speed of your villagers. Now, of course, in Age of Empires, wheelbarrow lasts permanently, whereas this only affects Stone Age villagers. So how long you actually get that benefit is what caps on whether or not it's a truly great tech. But definitely getting it early, you are going to get a little bit of a boost to your economy because your villagers are going to be walking less and gathering more. So definitely an interesting strategy there. I think players, we'll have to see if more players try to test that out.
Now, the deep thought behind it is so you grab 1 worker from the tree line to start building your huts. Then the worker that comes out, the first worker that comes out, you either build your warehouse for the berries, or if you spotted fish, you go and put a warehouse there. So that gives you time, instead of panicking at the beginning, grabbing all your workers, building a hut, building a warehouse, and not realizing there was fish. It gives you that bit of time, and your workers aren't wasted building those units. They're straight away on the eco. And I find, for some reason, that my food economy is great when I do it. And as the warehouse is building, I slowly send those workers to get the berries near it.
Yeah.
And if you time
that's a great point.
It's good. And where are these workers going?
And oftentimes too, what you'll also notice is that the wood line is usually what you have more walking distance on, because you'll just, you won't want to build that, especially on these small wood lines like you see the one right next to his altar, decreasing that walking time, because they're going to have a longer walking time. Now he's opting for a quick warehouse here to get that better wood line here. But you're going to see improved walking speeds, which means, especially if they get clogged up, they're going to be walking around each other that much faster. So you're definitely going to see, I think, an eco boost all around by getting that first shoe upgrade early. But we'll have to see. I've yet to see the top of the top play that strategy yet. But I think the theory is there. So definitely something I'll have to be trying out in my own games.
Listen.
But
There was a time I said you need two scouts. People were cussing me. And now people are building 2 or 3 scouts.
Hey, Excalibur is the Oracle, so you guys should be listening to him right now. So here we see early pits coming out. Pits before the Stonecutter coming out from Pious, and then on the right side, Big Bad Wolf opting for, he's already got both and coming down with a nice forward temple. Good spot on the wood line. And a little bit away, still exposed to the water. So again, if this game were to go long, I don't think it will, but if it were, it is definitely exposed to attacks from the sea. So that's something to watch out for, potentially.
Eco build here from Big Bad Wolf. And I'm assuming there's going to be warriors coming out. Yep, there's going to be warriors coming out. And he's going to need to get that Stonecutter up pretty quickly. He's got the food, but the food's going to run out. He hasn't got any extra food from anywhere. He could have gone up here. He could have got plenty of food, plenty of cows and fish, and no one's got this bloody fish right next to their base for some reason. And he's built a hut next to it, so he can't build a warehouse there anymore. This is strange. Why is no one getting the extra food? I hate not having extra food.
It looks like Big Bad Wolf is going to be taking these cows up in front of his base, shooting them down with the slingers, but I would say a little slow on getting the extra food. You usually want to get it pretty early. It gives you the flexibility to get those tech upgrades that much faster from your Stonecutter, as well as to build a few extra slingers, which in turn can help clear some hostile animals or go put pressure on your enemy that much earlier. Does it make more sense to get the upgrade when you go Asia and keep Stone Age workers? That's a great point as well. I mean, when they're walking around, especially if you forget to replenish those chickens, and the chickens do walk around, so sometimes you do have further walk distances if you're not sitting on top of things at your poultry yard, and so having that extra walk speed will actually mitigate that nerf. So yes, I would say that it does probably benefit Asia a little bit more because of the poultry yard and keeping Stone Age villagers. It's a great point, Philip. Here we see the Stone Warriors coming in, and they're gonna have a hard time finding a way to poke in, because Big Bad Wolf did a good job of securing his base. Oh, but they do find villagers, and he's not running them away. That's a disaster for Big Bad Wolf. He's going to really feel the pain for that one.
No farm yet? I don't see a farm. Oh, dear.
Got plenty of food and wood to put one down, and there it is. It comes up in the back a little slow. Hopefully those extra cows will help make up for the delay in the farm build here, so he should be able to still be A-okay with his food production from the extra cows that he's killing. So,
okay, so is he carrying on? He's carrying on with the warriors.
And defensive bulwarks coming out. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that one. If you're going to commit, if he was going to the Bronze Age sooner, that might be the right call, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, that's precious food and wood that he just probably doesn't really have to give right now, so
needs to get that last hut.
And again, here we're finding the risk. Like, you can absolutely, Timon did his push very well, but what we're finding is that if you commit this hard to stone, you have to have something to show for it, because otherwise you just lose the economic momentum that your opponent is going to have by choosing to tech up faster, tech up earlier, get extra villagers. It's just going to be disaster, and he's not paying attention to the villagers. They're going to die. Man, just keep all but one alive so far, and they have to run all the way back around because he actually walled himself off.
Oh, very nice.
Choosing
Who
to
are they?
upgrade all of his houses. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that is maybe the right call here. You probably want to upgrade a few of your houses for that extra population space, but you can see he's not maxed yet. Is he getting the population upgrade?
He can't. They can't escape.
He
can't
can't even get the
escape.
population upgrade. He walled himself in. The slingers are going to go ham, and I think that might probably do it at this point for Pius. He's not going to be able to come back economically speaking.
GG.
Big Bad Wolf did a great job, and yep, it's GG.
Nicely played. Nicely played.
In that situation, I probably would have just deleted a house.
Why is Pius going Warriors? He started off with Slingers when I was playing him a few weeks ago, and he was doing well, and now he's switched to Warriors.
Yeah, that was as Timon was saying, it seemed uncharacteristic of him to go Warriors there, and it just didn't work out. I think, again, there is a time and place for Warriors, and it started out well. That early first Stone Warrior rush worked well, but then I think he probably should have stopped and instead teched up. And Marmalade pointing out that, yes, Pius could have deleted a house to run his villagers away, but at the end of the day, there wasn't far for them to go anyway, and he doesn't have very many towers, so, you know, probably going to be tough. I think he was in a bad spot either way, but yes, he probably would have lost all those villagers as quickly as he did if he had just deleted a house and run them away.
Ah, Marmalade, are you still in the chat? Should we do one of your games? Should we do a Marmalade one? Yeah. Since you're here, let's do a Marmalade one.
We could do his game versus mine, but I think we both made
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
the
of
only one I have. I believe.
a lot of rookie mistakes. So, yeah, it should be okay. Please critique me and Marmalade. I think both of us, looking at the replay, did a little bit of looking at it. Could have done quite a few
I've got
better.
2 games. Doc Hell as well.
Marmalade and Paradox. Yeah, if the Marmalade and Paradox have their game, I think that would be a good one to
Doc
watch.
Hell.
They can run away faster with those Nike socks.
Alright, I'm gonna do Wacho. This, I need a laugh.
Yeah, Timon, I don't think Marmalade and Paradox have played their game yet, so we'll have to.
I don't think anyone's played in
Good match right
Coochie's
now, I
team
guess.
either, so a bit slacky
Yeah.
there, guys, in your group. Some groups are really doing well. Oh, this is a big map.
Oh boy.
Where you at? So is it- okay. Let's do the names.
Oh, okay, not Marmalade. Okay, so if I don't know if Paradox has any games yet, Timon. I know he hasn't played with me in the group. He hasn't played with Marmalade in the group. I mean, he might have played, you know, Brannock or Go Geta. There's a couple of other players, Flatwater. But I'm not sure if Paradox has played yet. He has responded to me. I've reached out to try to schedule a game, and you know, but we'll have to see.
He's just too scared of you.
I think he should be scared of Marmalade. I think Marmalade and Paradox are going to be definitely the front runners of our group, and definitely the favorites to make it out of the group stages.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's get into this next one. This is going to be a good one.
We'll see. Supposedly better than Marmalade's other games in Vertical Marmalade.
All right, here we go. Marmalade in the red. And over here we have Wacho in the yellow again. Don't call me yellow. Probably everyone's too old to know about Back to the Future. Yeah, yellow. The names popped up. Good, the names have popped up. Right, let's have a look at this map. We got the 1 cow. It's always weird. There's only 1 cow. Usually they come in packs, but there's just the 1 cow, and that is pretty much it. Your iron's safe.
Yep, it's only a 5k though, so iron will probably run out pretty quickly here. And looking at the maps again, it's a small map. It's big in terms of resources, but placement-wise, we're very close to each other. So, going to be interesting. But looking at the potential here, both players spawn in a nice little nook and cranny. Should provide ample room for a good bit of base building.
We got irons partnered up in the middle. Oh, you do have that 10k there, so that's pretty good. You should be able to build a tight base for both of you. Although you're blocking yourself from the trees. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think I stopped and ended up building a warehouse more north on it. But yes, that was something frustrating. And the better place would have been exactly to move villagers forward here, like Marmalade is doing. And actually, watching the replay, he scouted a little bit to his north with a villager while his scout was out looking for me, which is actually a pretty smart decision. I think, you know, sometimes depending on the map, it's not a bad idea to take a villager and help scout the immediate area around your base just to find those better house placements for walling or potential warehouse spots for your second wood line. I think early on, as Marmalade was saying here, not the best eco start. I think both of us made some poor economic choices here, and we'll see some of that play out.
All right, so he's blocking this pathway off. I'm sure there's probably a gap around there somewhere.
Probably.
But some huts here wouldn't be too bad. You're lucky you could put that warehouse there. Very lucky. But I think once this temple goes down...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do have.
And the mistake here too is that you actually can't, that warehouse, the villagers can't get around it until that first tree is taken out. So right now it's not an optimal placement for sure, and it's definitely going to slow down the wood production a little bit. It's not a huge deal, but it is something. And again, when you're playing at a higher level, all of these little things, all these little mistakes, will build towards, you know, an ultimate win or loss. So Marmalade, and looking at warehouse place or temple placement, really like Marmalade's temple position here. It is nice and secured. It's if you actually look to the bottom, there's no access point to the back, making it nice and safe here. It's right next to his iron, and it's got on a good wood line spot. So I would say ultimately, I think I favor his temple position placement over the one that I opted for.
Don't say that. Rule 2. Remember, there's always a hole.
There's always a hole.
There's no hole there.
We'll see if there is. And here we can see that Marmalade, overbuilding with his house here, forgot to place a house, supply blocked himself, and then ran out of wood. So a little bit of a mistake coming in from him there, having to build with 5 villagers and the house just not moving because he was out of wood here.
Did he not complete his temple?
Nope.
Nope.
I think
so. A little bit of an overcommitment on wood. I think it was a little bit early here.
I think the temple could have been placed a little bit more higher so he could get close to that iron, because now he's going to need to put another warehouse for that iron.
Yep.
Oh no, your scout. Your scout.
I wasn't paying attention to the scout here, and it's because something's going on in the map that was embarrassing. I was dealing with.
What was
Southwest.
Oh,
if you
look
look
at all
at the
these
Southwest.
workers.
Yep, so workers are walking around, and as you can see here,
we got Tiger.
Let's not.
Come
this
on,
is why
man.
I didn't want this game to be
You're
shown.
the legend who beat up and killed the tiger with his middle finger. What's going on here? Oh, we're gonna lose another one. Okay, we got some micro. Yes. Oh no, we lost that one.
Oh, dude, let's look away.
Oh, how many kills that tiger got?
I'm pretty sure 4.
You only got 1.
Tigers are horrible. You should have got these back.
I should have brought them back. There's a lot of mistakes here. It's just not my best showing.
Oh, this is terrible.
And then I have to run them away because 2 is not going to be enough to finish that off.
You know, it would have been better if you just run off with one of the workers and let it die far away, and then the tiger would have just stayed there.
That's always an option as well.
Or just run off. Look how far the tiger is. He would have went back there.
Yeah, but he's close enough that he will be attracted again.
Oh, okay.
Marmalade is pointing out back at his base. He was running out of wood for a warehouse here. overdone on the berries, but I think he's got a decent amount of food built up, but not as much as you usually want to have going into Europe. Usually you want to have at least 1,200 food. If you're doing it right, you're going to have about 1,200 food by the time you get up for upgrading those villagers and getting more food workers on that farm that much faster to keep the food production going for your slinger and archer production.
Oh my god. This is just a mess of a game.
Well, at least you went for food.
Yeah, so that extra food I think definitely helped me a little bit early on. Marmalada getting up and going ahead and upgrading those food villagers. Finally got rid of the tiger and taking advantage of the food. And these houses, you know, I just used them because my villagers are out here. But again, not the best placement. Again, and that's what we were talking about earlier, Habeebee. You know, houses don't really give you that much vision. And when they're more exposed, you know, it can be a nice pickup for your opponent. So we'll see if that ends up having an impact. But overall, liking the base building of Marmalada. It's nice and secure, very tight. His farm is well protected, and he's got plenty of woodline options both on the front and the back. And he's got his standard 2 fighting pit slinger build that'll help carry some of the defense until he transitions into something else.
Right, so he's a little
And
bit
once
ahead.
again, Marmalada is continually getting supply blocked here. So as he's pointing out in chat, and as we can see, so you know, losing a little bit of time efficiency there, but you know, hopefully not the end of the world.
So what army have you got here? You got some slingers. Okay, that's cool. You had to fight that boar earlier on, I guess. All right. Are we seeing the warehouses being upgraded? No.
No. Let's look at my food and wood economy here.
You have.
So I've got the wood for it, and yeah, definitely upgrading this faster would be extremely
Oh,
important here.
and you're blocked again.
And I'm also pop capped myself again. This is a lot of
Low-level players.
I don't know if that was towards Marmalade or me, but I think both of our girlfriends might have been playing this game.
Oh no! If you were playing Marmalada's girlfriend, you would have lost by now.
Most likely. All right.
Well, she
so
wouldn't have
how are we
made
doing
this
here? So
many
Marmalade is
mistakes.
supply blocked again here. You know, again getting the houses up, or I was supply blocked there. He's managing to get through it. Both of us supply blocking ourselves a number of times here. And my slingers run straight into Marmalade slingers and have to retreat. He's got a nice little choke point on the wood line there.
This is a pro game?
I apparently, yeah. So.
I wouldn't call myself a pro, but I think Marmalade, we've got high expectations for you.
Yes. Okay. All right. So eventually, you guys will get your shit together. Let's just. And
He has one person on iron. Wacho has one guy.
Yeah, I'm
Well-
just trying to do it to slowly build up, but my goal is not to go to the Iron Age here, and that I think is a strategic mistake. If you aren't putting pressure on, I mean, we're looking at the time right now. It's right, we're 9 minutes in game. You need to, just like Timon's forward build, right? He hit by 7 minutes, so that is a strong push. It's a strong timing push. I think, yeah, at this point, you know, given the way the map was set up and the nice nooks that we're able to kind of keep our bases in, the right call here is to go tech up quickly, especially if you're going to choose to go Asia.
this was a horrible position for
Oh
a farm.
no, the towers.
You're getting blocked here. Ideally, for a farm, you need to have space around it, so you can spread those
Yep,
chickens.
completely agree. Because then you're crushing your villagers.
not
You want to
watching.
spread those chickens around.
He tricked you.
Missing the slingers. I also have slingers in Marmalada's base right now, so we're actually slugging each other at the same time. Most of mine are dead by now, but they did pick up, from what I remember, a couple of villagers here, but not as much as I would have liked.
They're just damaged by the looks of it.
A lot of them were damaged and not full kills, which is unfortunate.
And now you have no more food. You're a mess. Okay, so you're going to clear that up, and we're going to have a quick count of the workers to see who the bigger noob is.
Definitely me. I'm pretty sure by this point Marmalade's got a sizable villager count advantage because he both killed more, and I think I have been supply blocked a number of times, so we'll have to see. The thing here, right, is I'm on 65. I've got more population than Marmalade, but most of that is coming from slingers. And again, we're going to have to see how I do here, but it's going to be difficult with the the good base building Marmalada, you know, if I'm going to be able to succeed in poking a hole through here.
I didn't feel good looking at that worker count.
No, 36 versus 50 now, probably. Oh, and
not only is that, but they're European villagers. So European villagers, Marmalade is getting ready to go to the Iron Age, and I am still nowhere near it. So right now, it's, you know, obviously looking not very good. Sending those horsemen out, you know, building a couple of those. See if you can go get some villager picks, or if you can snipe some buildings. We'll see where those go.
Alright, is he coming in with some slingers from the north? But there are some slingers at home for Marmalada, so he'll be alright there. But these horses, yeah, it's a tight base. I don't think they're gonna even be able to get in. I think he's gone over here thinking you had the iron here, but he'll be able to pick out all of these houses, so that's nice. That's gonna really damage your wood economy. Let's see if Marmalada's on his way to Iron Age. Just clicked Iron Age. He's on his way with 53 workers, so that's not too bad. You have managed to get in. Keep going. And you should be able to do some damage to the food.
We're going. Keep going.
You know what? You should have kept some slingers in this choke point. Or even keep them in this choke point. Just stop this army coming in, and you would have had a free flow of attacks on these workers. Something to remember. Oh, his own horse blocked him in. He deleted his horse.
It's a nice little disruption on Marmalada's base right here. He was able to destroy 2 houses with those horsemen, though. So, and that was going back to my point earlier, Habeebee, where, yeah, those exposed houses, you know, and that goes to show I have to replace those, and they're not the cheapest thing in the world. And again, when everything counts, losing those houses is not a good thing. And unfortunately here, not able, you know, while I was able to push the villagers around, not picking up nearly as many kills as I need to make losing all those slingers worth it.
You did? He's
I
dropped
guess
a
I got
lot of
like 10
workers.
villagers. Yeah, he was over 50. I think he's almost 55, so...
Yes.
So, yeah,
nice
I guess
catch.
I got 10 villager kills, and nice pickup on the horseman here. So that's helping. Coming out with some forward towers, so is Marmalada, so we're now pushing in the middle. I think this is really strong by Marmalada because the main entranceway into his base is through that wood choke line, and he's blocked it off with a tower. And he can, every time he can pile up archers on the other side, so if I want to get into his base, I have to walk all the way around this forest on the north, and that just slows me down significantly. As you can see here, I actually couldn't walk through here. I tried, but the horseman was big enough to block the gap here, and by that time I'm getting worn down by the tower and worn down by the archers, so here this forces my retreat. So well placed tower by Marmalada, and taking full advantage of the, you know, those towers are much tankier out of Europe than they are. So here I try to move my slingers and start getting ready to think about going somewhere in the south, but you know, again, there's no entrance in the back, so we're not, you know, and there was a gap here, but Marmalade thought proactively and was able to block it off with the tower.
Ah, that's such a waste of units here.
Dude, we're about to see a tower get more kills than 68.
If only you kept your slingers here to fight this army, you would have kept these towers alive.
Kept these towers up. Yep.
But this is nice. This is nice. This is sneaky. This is very sneaky.
Yep. But now, if you look at my wood economy, it's in shambles. So here the problem is, and this is what we're going to see, is that Asia should always be at least the same age, but ideally an age ahead of their European player in the Europe-Asia matchup. And right now we actually see the exact opposite. Marmalada is in the Iron Age, and I am still in Bronze. This is not good. The longer the game goes on, it is going to get better and better for Europe because they have a better economy, they have better eco upgrades. Horsemen coming again, kill another house. And I don't know if I'm pop cap, but I think that is counting towards me having, you know, replace those houses. As you can see, I'm not at a max 90, and my wood economy is terrible, so those houses are really hurting. And the problem is I have so much population that is currently stuck in slingers, and these slingers are not being able to be used.
Oh no, you lost all the workers.
Nice type base, and I am going to lose an additional 5 workers here who went forward and building way too aggressive tower in Marmalada's base and running through his base and going to get cleaned up there. So Once again here, I think the better decision right now, again, would be to tack up to Iron Age, given how this map was shaped up, and Marmalade did a good job protecting his base. So despite the economic mistakes that he made, we're looking at, again, we're seeing strategy choices here, and I think Marmalade is going for a better strategy right now. And here you can see him doing the dance with his horsemen to help distract those slingers, which is helping him trade a little bit more efficiently with those archers.
You will realize now you've come back into the game how important it is to tech up very fast. You cannot be delayed. You got to have an aggressive army. You got to play aggressive. You got to be fighting and be able to tech up behind it as quickly as you can.
Oh, those horses
now Europe. I am Iron Age, but have nowhere near, because, and this is one of the things that you can struggle with if you are Asia. You see that I have 16 stone villagers. It's going to give me a nice food economy, and as you can see, I've got excellent amounts of food. In fact, probably too much. And the problem, though, is I actually can't tech up to the next age because I do not have enough Bronze Age level workers right now, and it's partly because I'm going to continually pop cap myself because I'm building slingers. And now with the slingers gone, I'm switched into the much worse barracks out of Asia, which again, really right now the meta is not, we're adding in some archery ranges because those are going to do a little bit more efficiently in the unit-to-unit fighting, but regular Asian spears are probably one of the worst units in the game right now. So those barracks are pretty useless until the Iron Age, where, yep, heavy spearmen might help, but those are expensive and going to drain on the wood economy, and as you can see, my wood economy continues to struggle, so, definitely in a tough spot here. And Marmalade, again, being an age ahead, massive advantage when you're Europe.
How is your wood so low? I mean, you've only been building slingers. Okay, you built some towers, but still, your wood should have been... Okay, this is one reason why your wood is terrible.
Yep. You need to replace another warehouse right here.
Two houses here. Two warehouses. You need to spread the workers, and that would have been better. I mean, at this point, you should have minimum 6 shooting ranges before you'd upgraded all of these, and you would have been good to go there. Now it looks like you're going to get outnumbered. 4 stables there, and got 4 barracks. I think he's going to need to get more barracks, but you're fighting against East Europe, which is the spam king, and you're still building them towers with no wood.
That's a ballsy strat coming from Wacho.
But he had to do something, and you're going back. Oh, this is actually not too bad. This ain't too bad. But he's just going to pull back and put his workers over here.
Just desperately trying to some sort of damage or harassment of any kind with these units, and just not finding it. Marmalade did a great job, and I think this map definitely favors this sort of type base building here.
Did you know he got to medieval?
At this point, yes, because when I saw those villagers, I think if I hadn't known it, I definitely knew it by the time I saw those villagers across the wood line, because I saw that they were medieval. And at this point, I knew the game was probably over, but we're gonna continue playing here and see what happens.
Building those expensive heavy archers as well when you've got no bloody wood. Did all those units die? All those units died. Okay. Alright, this is a good army here popping out. Should be able to defend this. However, Marmalade's maxed out.
145 pop.
56 workers. And he's looking to do a massive push on you now. Here we go. Oh, the horse has just run past. Oh, that bloody horse. That would have been even worse for you if you did manage to get those horses past there. But this is pretty bad as it is. It's got you squashed in a corner against your own shooting house. Shooting ranges.
As expensive as the heavy archers are, they're actually holding up very well. I don't know if you see this, but they have armor. which is actually proving to be quite effective here. And as you can see, those Eastern European archers are actually melting right now. So despite being an age behind, that was actually something that I found quite interesting, is how well these heavy archers are doing against the European counterparts. But that being said, they're much more expensive. They cost wood and they cost iron. So, you know, they're not cheap units by any means compared to the Eastern European archers, which are what they only cost food. So definitely a bad situation here. I do get to medieval now, but again, Marmalada's been on 150, has been max pop. He's got a forward workshop now. He's continuing to raid buildings in the south and diverting some of my units with his horsemen. You know, now he's pushing again in big time, and I barely have any production. We're trying to build a couple of archery ranges in the back to get some more archery production up, but the economy is in shambles, and it's just not looking good at this point. It's not been looking good for a while. Hey, XD, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream.
Alright, so the siege will be out shortly.
Right now, Wacho's having a bad day.
Ooh. Tough group, tough group. The Rams coming out, and I think that might be the end of it, because they're really hard to stop. Especially when there's a huge army behind it.
Yeah, and Marmalada's economy is beautiful. He can afford to go to the late medieval age right now, but I think he knows, he smells blood in the water. He's just going to finish it right here and right now. Pushing with those Rams, keep pushing forward those towers, and I call the GG. So a lot of mistakes. It was actually, I think, a very good learning game here. You know, definitely still working out a lot of kinks, and there were a lot of silly mistakes, I think, micro-wise, again, with the early villager losses, but then strategy-wise, again here, and this is why Europe is so strong. Asia just struggles to put that pressure on. Asia needs to put that pressure on early, but if Europe does a good job building his base, protecting his base, you know, and building up, you're going to see the machine slowly get faster and faster and faster until they become an unstoppable force, and that's certainly the case that we saw right here. I think there are a lot of things that could have done better to make it more you know, agreeable, and I think committing to the slingers that long was definitely a strategic mistake. You definitely want to be an age ahead as Asia, and you know, the Eastern Asian archers are better than Eastern European. They're a lot more expensive, but they can, you know, somewhat go toe-to-toe, and, you know, you might have a chance there. But unfortunately, you know, again, Asia just doesn't have as many options under their belt by the time you get to the medieval age as Europe does, or at least seemingly powerful options. So, you know, well played to Marmalada, and looking to see, you know, his game against Paradox when that happens. And maybe my game versus Paradox. You know, I've certainly learned a thing or two here, so we'll, you know, hopefully give a good show when that game gets played at some point. But yep, well played, Marmalada, and congratulations on that win.
You might need to win your next games if you want to get through to the groups. That's 2 losses now.
1 loss for me.
1 loss. Oh,
I'm currently.
Who did you play before? It was.
I played Bronick.
Bronick, yes.
I've also played another game as well, but we can't say what the outcome of that one is.
Still got a good chance to get into the groups, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
As long as, I think, again, for at least for Group D, it's really, I think, going to come down to, you know, Marmalada and Paradox, and you know, those are definitely the clear front runners of the group right now. So we'll have to see if Paradox is in form. Some people have said he's rusty, but, you know, he was in the last tournament and he was showing strong, and he's been playing a lot more lately. He did take a break for a while, but he should be a formidable opponent, and probably someone to watch out for if and when he makes it out of the group stages.
Well, there's 26 people watching, so might as well have another game. Thank you all for watching and staying with us.
Yep, hopefully seeing some good action. Again, the quality of the games are just going to get better as once we make it out of these group stages. And, you know, for Marmalada, some of those supply block mistakes that he made and some of those mistakes that he made, he might get away with it in the group stages, but if and when he makes it out and in those knockouts and playing other players, you will be punished for it. So, you know, now's the time. If you're going to have any mistakes, you know, you better, you know, hash them out.
Yeah.
Again, that's one of the most exciting things when I return to the competitive scene. Just seeing how tight the build orders are, how strong the player base has become. The Easy community has done a great job of raising some competitive players and the competitive scene. the level of play has just skyrocketed compared to what it has been. So every little thing counts. I mean, it used to be months ago that even the top players were making mistakes, but we're seeing near perfect play. I mean, you look at that push from Timon, right? We've seen a lot of stone proxy bases today, but no one executed it quite like Timon is. So again, Timon will be someone to watch out for if and when he makes it out of the group stages. But it's execution. You have to be executing perfectly if you're going to perform at the top level.
We're gonna have Leo Rio versus Cheese Wheel Lord. Cheese Wheel Lord. That was a really good game. The first game by him, it was a good game. Shame it didn't completely finish, even though he was losing, but it was a shame. But it's all good. Start this off, not waste too much time, and here we go.
3.xe saying heavy archers cost as much as EU archers. Yes, but EU archers are food only, which is a much more stable resource if you do it right than wood and iron, which can often detract from either upgrading other buildings, building new buildings, or training other units that do cost more iron. So it's something to consider. But yeah, heavy archers in terms of total resource count, they are very comparable with the total resource cost of European archers.
Nobody heard you because the music was on.
The music was on. Well, and excuse me.
You talked over the music again. Right, when the game starts, you cannot talk over the music because there's an intro music.
Got it.
Right. Anyway, right. So here we go with this funk. This is a map I would hate. This is an absolutely horrid map. So we got Leo Rio in the red in the bottom, and against him will be the Cheese Wheel Lord in the yellow cheese that has gone off.
So this map, yeah, I think I agree with you, Excalibur. This is an ugly map if depending on how you look at it. And while it's not technically an island map, and it seems like obviously they chose to play it out because this is the replay that was sent in, this would be one of those where if both players agreed, they might skip on it. But technically, because it's not an island map, both players would have to agree to not to play it. And as long as one player wants to, well, then you must. So and must they did that. They played the game, and should be an interesting one, and probably a long one, depending on how it goes.
This is the worst punishable map you could think of. All these fish here can't get it because of the two tigers. Your iron can't get it because of the two tigers, and the other iron's guarded by a tiger. Fish guarded by a boar,
and not that much wood.
Although it might be good if you come down here, get the cows, and then that after, and maybe this fish. But
call me. Oh yeah, sorry, not to cut you off. Go for it.
That was me done.
Tell me in the chat here, saying, is there any prize for second place? Yes, there is, and there is a prize for third place as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was it 600 for first place, 300 for second? Or 200 for second.
200, I believe, for
200
second.
For second,
100.
and then 100 for third.
And
then there is also, go for it, take it away.
And then there's another prize for the best game performed by both players for $50. The price will be split, but any donations will go into that as well, so they get a bit of extra between them. And another prize for the most unique, best strategy used, the most unique strategy used, 200 IQ kind of strategy, will also get $50.
Yep, and XD saying that Asia has to tech faster than Europe. If Europe techs faster, it's very hard to come back. I completely agree. And what we're seeing in the current meta right now is Asia is struggling. I think we've perfected, at least, I don't know if it's a learning point, but definitely the current meta right now favors Europe because they're able to both build an army and tech up almost as fast as Asia, if not as fast or even faster. And right now, what used to be, I would say, a few months ago before the most recent balance changes, an advantage that you would play, we're not seeing that as much anymore. We're not seeing Asian players being able to take advantage of a faster tech up speed. It just doesn't seem to be happening.
God, this is such a horrible map. So one guy loses his worker for the tiger. This guy tries to drag his boar so he can kill it near that warehouse, and then he can't. So then now, oh god. Well, at least this is okay.
Sorry, was I muted?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, yeah, no. Prize in second is 200. I put that in chat as well.
Excalibur, Timon is saying, this is a brilliant troll map. I would love to play Excalibur on it on ranked. Wall his side of the map and rush Germany.
Go away. It's gonna probably proxy me. You can't build a wall, so that's you could build a wall possibly across there. But then you're gonna be cut
Interesting
off.
choice. Cheese Wheel is opting for a handful of stone pits here, so both players are more than two. Again, your typical Europe build order is to build two of those defensive slingers so you can get those extra barracks up and running and have your full production speed going. But both players opting for a handful of stone pits right now, and I think that's going to be an interesting choice.
Just sorting out the names are a bit off.
Oh, yeah, we let Cheese Wheel Lord taking, dominating, what's his name? Leorio's username in the screen here. See if that ends up happening in the game.
Okay. They're stabilizing slowly, but surely. Sending one slinger to deal with the tigers. It's not the very best trade.
No, you're gonna want to wait till you get a couple there. Okay, so there you go. Unnecessarily losing, not a huge deal because it's only 50 food, but again, just if you're trying to improve your game, don't send one slinger to a tiger. They need to be coming in groups.
I would have sent some workers with that just to start getting that warehouse down before this is done. It's too late. If you put one here, it would have been perfect for the iron and the extra food.
However, fun fact, he did go Europe, and Europe villagers actually gather fish faster than any other villager in the game. They're excellent fish gatherers, so building a dock there, or as you said, because of the proximity to iron, building a warehouse there would be really good, or building a dock because that can serve as a resource drop-off point and count towards building a fishing economy. So, again, with how much water there is, I would hope that both players will take advantage of building some nice fishing ecos here.
Everybody's just fighting the map at the moment. Okay, here we go. We see some workers with slingers heading over to Leo Rio's base by Cheese, and it hasn't just got the iron yet. Might go for that one instead. Hasn't upgraded his warehouses before he's upgraded the houses. Little mistake there. The naval's up.
Both players opting for 4 fighting pits here, and I think on this map 2 would be more than sufficient, especially if you're defending, because the other player has to walk all the way across the map. Now, we do see Cheese Wheel Lord bringing some forward villagers, so we'll see what he decides to do with that, but he has to be careful here, because if he gets overrun, he's just going to lose those villagers.
Well, he's put the blueprints down for the... Oh, no, that was...
Oh,
I've got it the wrong way. I've got it the wrong bloody way. This is Leo.
Oh, Leorio's in the south. Okay, sorry. Yep, so Cheese Wheel is... sending forward villagers. He might be building a forward dock here, which would be a very nice strategy, but I don't think the temple is reachable by water. So we'll see how much damage he gets out of that. The red temple?
Oh, no, red temple, no. I'm talking about the other temple. Isn't that one reachable? I can't tell. Oh, no, it's farther back than I expected.
Bombardier ships would be able to reach it, but we'll have to see if the game goes.
Am I seeing things? I saw the blueprints while I had it on Cheese Wheel Lord, and then when I switched it to Leo Rio, the blueprints were still there. That was strange.
Might have been a glitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like... Alright, so he's choosing the wall off, and actually, that is a really smart choice here, because he's going to... In doing so, he's going to secure himself 2 irons, and iron is going to be a limited resource in this map, as we can see. There's only 2 iron spots on your starting, land mass. So we'll have to see, how that goes. One of them is 10k, so that's going to be nice. But that's a nice pull and nice forward thinking for Cheese Wheel, identifying that iron is going to be a limited resource this game. So walling it off and securing it up for himself was a good choice here.
I would say wood is pretty limited as well. There really isn't that much wood.
Yeah. There's not really good resources, and also in doing so, he's securing, just making that forward, wood gathering as well. This is a nice stone pit, as well as some trees to gather there as well. Whereas
I would
this wall,
I would have put the wall here. if he could have possibly maybe here so he can get the extra wood.
Yeah.
Could get.
It might have been a little bit aggressive for given the number of slingers that there were, so I think he chose to retreat and not go as far, because he did walk his villagers all the way up there, but decided to opt for a little bit more of a safe build. So right now, both players are just going to eco up and probably tech up. We can see that Leorio is already on his way to Medieval Age, and no fishing eco coming out from Leorio, but we do see a dock coming down from Cheese Wheel on the south of his landmass, and might be looking to do a little bit of harassment on Leorio's base, because there is the exposed iron. Leorio is going for his own dock as well, so we'll probably see a naval battle coming our way at some point.
Ooh, 61 workers, not too bad. Oh, horses? I'm not too sure if horses are the right call here. Maybe he didn't know that there was a war coming up. Stables, not that great. Maybe the stables, use the stables to get those rams out, would have been a better choice. And we have 51, 10 workers ahead for Leorio, basically.
The big economic advantage here.
I mean, this could this could interpret as a naval game eventually, because they could actually cross this little bridge gap here. So that could be a possibility. Can't get too much, can get a few houses, but as you said, you know, they're gonna need to get that fishing up so they don't waste too much wood in the farm. I think the person that does that is gonna get ahead.
Leo Rio won his last game, right?
This is the
I'm not entirely sure.
Game.
I think this is the first game we're watching from Leorio.
Cheese Wheel Lord was the other one against.
And he did.
Bronick?
He did not win his first game, so he lost to not to Bronick, but he played. Was it Freakman? Freakman,
Yeah.
and Freakman won with Russia.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we see in Medieval Age now, and I think, you know, we're better map control from Cheese Wheel. So as long as he takes advantage of the extra wood here and gets that up, that's going to be a nice little boost for him. You know, ideally he could have walled up even further and secured more of the wood, but I think there are too many slingers from Leorio to answer. And yes, we see that ram. You called it, Excalibur. Ram coming forward. He probably wants to bust through that wall and start putting pressure on him, because he knows that wood is going to be a limited resource, and if he lets Leorio or Cheese Wheel take more of that wood, it's going to be a pain for him. And I completely agree. We talked about, you know, fishing ships, expensive on the wood up front, but once you invest in them, all of that food that's out on the map is free. You do not have to spend any more resources, unlike the farm where you have to keep replenishing it with wood. It's much more efficient on the wood to get your fishing ship eco, as well as a number of other things. And, you know, gathering up these shore fish with the villagers, I think. No, going to go on the galley, and we're going to see a landing. And Jesse here is saying landing horse and pikes would be a good play. So let's see if he comes out with some pikes. Pikes are great at destroying some buildings. So probably agreed. Should have brought some horses with him. Should have brought, you know, a catapult or something that would have helped him. But let's see how much attention Cheese Wheel is paying here. He does not have vision over where Leorio is choosing to land. It's a good choice here, you know, not landing on the opponent's territory, so he can't see.
Clever thing would be here to do is start attacking with the ram at the same time, so he's distracted.
Right. I think that would be a very good call.
Oh, he sees it.
And yep, it looks like he sees it very early. Oh no, it's a warehouse. Thought it was a fort. Like, he does have barracks at home. He has the defensive barracks at home, but they are still Bronze Age, and we are seeing Medieval Age barracks come out. He's probably going to start the archer spam here. Might be a good idea to maybe throw in some squads. He's going to take the villagers back? No.
Because he's seen it. He's seen it, so he's sending them back.
Okay, so he's keeping them forward, choosing to build towers, and I think at this point, yep, cat's out of the bag. Cheese Wheel knows that they've landed his island, but we're going to have to see what he ends up doing.
He's pushing forward.
Oh, he came out to fight.
Oh, I'm not sure if that was the right call here. Those rams are so tanky, and it looks like one of them absorbed some of the fire. We've got pikes, which should be able to clean this up, but the slingers are making quick work of them.
These are
He's just outnumbered.
Pikes.
Towers are actually doing a great job at taking that
oh look, they're fighting
that
through
ram down.
No, those are the pikes to the wall.
Oh,
Yeah.
those aren't villagers? I think those are villagers repairing, but maybe I was mistaken.
There is village preparing, but there's also pikes behind the wall.
Oh, there are also pikes behind the wall. Yep, fun fact, pikes can actually stab through the wall. But more importantly, we've got 4 towers, and the pressure is really on. It looks like if Cheese Wheel can't find something to clean this up, he might be out of luck. And right now his economy's in shambles. He doesn't have the food. He doesn't have the wood to build new production buildings. Where wood he goes, and I don't know. He did secure it, but he didn't take advantage. I think it would have been good to build, bring a lot more villagers out onto that top area that he walled off for himself and start harvesting that wood, but to no avail. And we are seeing an overwhelming force. I don't see a good way out of this for Cheese Wheel.
Did stop that, so that's nice, and he's actually pushing it. No, that's Leorio's army.
And instead of walking the catapult forward, I think we're going to see him put that catapult into his galley and ferry it across.
Yep.
And he's also got a forward siege workshop as well.
Nice. What a great
Beautiful
move.
economy, max pop, really excellent play here, and preventing it from going into a really long game that would be painful due to the lack of resources.
Literally all the wood is gone except that stone. Yep, well, he did get more workers.
Look how much stuff he built, Cheese Will said. Great job, and I think we're probably going to see the GG here any minute now. Just a great landing. And Jesse, you called it. You said a landing with horse and pikes would be a good play, and land he did. He didn't use the horse and pikes, instead opting to build a whole bunch of barracks, and was smart to do it and not build the towers first, because once you build those towers, you'll see the color change on your map if you've got the colors on, and then they'll know for sure. It's like Cheese Wheel missed out on that, and even if he did see it, it looks like Leorio just had a slightly better, not slightly, but a pretty strong economy compared to that of Cheese Wheel's. So well played on Leorio.
He should have moved out here, started getting all this wood out here, but he just didn't have enough workers. I mean, Leorio adapted well. He got the extra workers. He had a plan. Had a very good plan, and it really worked well.
War selection definitely favors players who have a plan in mind, because then you can optimize your economy management and your build and your timings to do that. And pro players definitely play with intention here, so we'll have to see more of Leorio. This is a very well played, smart strategic choice here, and pretty well executed.
Another win for the French. That's a GG. Well done, well done. A horrible map, adapted well. It's one to remember. Go. I think that's a lot of the replays done so far for today. Should we end it there, lads?
I think that might be a good place to stop. We've got a lot of games, and I think it'd be hard to cover all the group stage games, and there's certainly a lot that still have to be played. So I think that's probably going to do it.
3.5 hours.
Yeah, we got a lot to watch still. Another time, gotta watch the rest of those.
Yeah.
Those are good games, though.
Yeah, good start to the tournament. And so far, seeing what you've seen, who do you think's got a good chance of winning this tournament?
Now that I've seen Leorio, that was really good playing.
I've only seen one game from Leorio. What I really like Rorodu's. Rorodu's play was, I think, the biggest surprise for me from today. He was just the ability for him we saw an aggressive game out of him. We also saw a bit more of a defensive one, going Asia and holding off the Big Bad Wolf's push. I think he's one to watch.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. That was a really good game.
And then I would also give, based off of, again, we have a lot more champions in their groups to see those games. I think Marmalada versus Paradox will be a great game to watch. Timon had a lot of good wins here and well-timed pushes, so he's going to be definitely a factor. I think someone to watch out for. But we've got a lot of players that we still have to see, so definitely looking forward to next weekend when we get to see the rest of the group stage games and how some of these champions are playing out, as well as people who weren't, like Ryorudu was not one of the top 8, and so far he's going to be someone to watch. Those were just very well played from him.
Who else is in his group? Let's have a look.
I'm excited
Kuchi.
for the
Leorio versus
Kuchi
Kuchi.
Leorio or Leorio. Leorio. Okay, that should be a good game, and we'll be telling about Leorio and see if if it's just the strats, the cheesy strats, or if he's got the execution. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, no, that actually makes me excited because I don't know Leorio, and I was really cool to watch him, play that well, and then him versus Kuchi. It's gonna be good.
And we haven't seen any of Tapiro. And in his group, he's got Matechko, Q. Very, very good. Don't shoot me if I'm Korean or Chinese, I can't remember. Of course, Timon has to play as well. He needs to play Shaden. Shaden's not too bad when he's on form. We haven't seen any Tank Shot play. Tank Shot versus Rorudo is going to be an insane game.
Oh, I want to see that. I like from what I've seen from Tank Shot and the past.
Yep, 3.xd. Definitely looking forward to seeing the Marmalada versus Paradox game. That should be a good one. Agreed. Paradox will be someone to watch out for when we get some of his games in. It's going to be a lot of exciting games ahead that are to be played this week. And then, from there, the best will rise, and then we'll see the best of the best start playing it out in the knockout stages, just to come in just a short week and a half.
We're going to have a pretty serious game between Suckslike and Mafusha, where Mafusha lost in the last tournament to Suckslike, where he annihilated him. So that's going to be interesting.
I had no clue Suckslike was here.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's one of my favorites, if not top one.
And
I like watching his gameplay. He's really good.
We also have Cyber as well. I don't know who's in Cyber's group, but Cyber's going to be played to watch out for.
He's got Bees, Ahmed, who's quite a good player, Voxian, Plowus, but I'm not too sure how they're going to do against them. But no one's played at the moment from my group.
What is Timon saying? That's the fake Q?
What? It's the fake Q?
That's the fake Q. That's a Russian one only.
Oh dear. So from my group, we got me, Years Later, Witcher, Midsummer, who's a Chinese player. He's joined the tournament today, and he sent me over some replays. Very, very, very aggressive player. And he actually beat Marmalade in the ranked the other day. So I'm going to be in a bit of a trouble there.
Hopefully some of these games has given you some ideas, and you can use them to your advantage.
Yeah, hopefully. Depends on the map, how quickly I could gather my brain cells. We haven't seen any Gumo as well. He's in Suckslacks and Mafusha's group with Maddie as well. Maddie's a pretty good game, so I'm going to see some games out of him. He's against Olvi as well in that group, and Dread. So loads of games still to be watched. Bronic versus Paradox as well. That's going to be pretty good. Wacho nervous against Paradox. That's going to be very interesting to watch the amount of mistakes you make, because you're going to be nervous.
Yep. Just like I was against Marmalada, and definitely saw it show through. But I think hopefully we got most of those out against their game against Marm, and definitely looking to bounce back against Paradox. But I think again from our group, Marmalada and Paradox, both very good players, and will be the front runners and people to watch if and when they make it out of the group stage.
Right. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching.
Did we watch any Stanley Rose ones?
Yeah, we watched like 3 of them, 2 of
Yeah.
them.
2 Stanleys. Okay. Because I know he was in it. I just didn't remember if we watched them.
And he lost twice, so
Very
yeah, he's a
unfortunate.
tough group.
Yeah, he played, let's have a look, he played Krolon and
Right, he lost to
Timon.
Krolon even though he had a nice economy, and he also lost to Timon, which are probably the 2 toughest opponents that he'll face in his group. But having 2 losses is definitely, and especially against those players who, you know, I think are likely to win out the rest of their matches. We'll have to see what happens, but definitely, I think Sir Stanley is one of those where, you know, the group RNG might have not been necessarily in his favor.
I like this Timon troll mode on. Timon's gonna become the evil genius of this tournament, I think.
he's one to watch out for, definitely. I mean, it's a lot of money on the line here, so everybody's bringing their A game by the looks of it. The ones who don't make mistakes, the ones who don't get nervous playing a top player is gonna do pretty well.
I think so, and I think we're going to find that, you know, the players who have been doing well in the previous tournaments are going to continue to do well in this tournament, both from experience of playing those higher pressure games, especially when there's this much money on the line. The pressure is going to be unprecedented, and you know, the players who are able to handle that pressure, especially as you get further, once you get into the knockout stages, especially the players who, you know, are able to execute and pick the right strategies and think both from a macroeconomic perspective and a micro perspective, and do all the right things as flawlessly as they can. Those are the players who are going to shine through, and I'm definitely looking forward to see it.
Are you guys gonna join me tomorrow night?
I can join tomorrow night. Yep.
I should be down. Yeah, I know of, what's today, the 7th? Today's the 7th. I am good until the 10th.
Good stuff, good stuff. Hopefully we get quite a few games played tomorrow. I'm going to try and get my games played tomorrow as well, so we can have a laugh in the evening.
Around the same time are we coming back, or do you need more time tomorrow?
Maybe an hour later. I have to see.
Okay, because I'm gonna be heading out to Walmart tomorrow. I need to get some clothes for my new work.
Nice. Get up early.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up early. So
What time is it now where you are?
It is 6:30.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it'll be too late to wait until the stream's finished, but you should have plenty of time beforehand to get up and get your clothes. And on that note, shall we end it, boys?
I think so. I
Great.
just want to say thank you everyone for watching the stream. If you liked it, please hit that like button and the subscribe, and tune in tomorrow, same time or around the same time, for more games. We should have a lot more games coming in this weekend. Thank you again for watching. Thank you for everyone who participated in the chat and helped point out things. You know, it's a lot more fun casting when we're engaging with you guys and interacting with you guys, so we appreciate it. We appreciate the support, and I don't know about you guys, but we've seen some great games today, and I think even better games to come.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Habeebee, again, and good night, everyone.